Good morning. We're back with JNSQ, and it's gonna be awesome. I did get the remote tech patch in, and if you guys want to just come over to the channel, click the Discord link. There's a KSP channel, and I've got the patch in there. This one's a little bit different. This one was designed for JNSQ, so you'll actually throw it in your JNSQ configs. So go into your install directory, find JNSQ itself. Let me just show you. Open your KSP directory, go into your game data, find JNSQ, go into JNSQ configs, and then you just need JNSQ remote tech from the Discord. Just throw it in here. You don't really have to, I guess. Like, if you really can't find that, but you can find this, your game data, you can probably throw it in the game data, and I think it'll still work, but it was made to go right into JNSQ. So let's leave that open just in case we need it. A couple of additions to the CCAN list that'll be up on the Discord as well. It's been updated as of 6/9/19, so just a minute ago. I added in mandatory RCS parts, because I didn't really notice it, so now we have the mandatory RCS part pack. I'm going to check that out today. I also added in Kethane, and I added in Carbonite. And then I took out minimum ambient lighting, because we were having a little bit of an issue. With our parts, everything looked like really dark. So I did take it out, and it did seem to solve the issue. See if I can get the BAB up. Just remember how dark all these things were? Just on the icon, though, they looked fine when we put the part out. And minimum ambient lighting is supposed to make it a little bit brighter at night, or on the dark side of the planet. So it seemed like it'd be a good one. Well, I don't know. SSTU actually still looks pretty dark, so maybe there's something else doing it too. Or maybe I need to clear my cache or something like that, because that could definitely be a thing too. But I haven't yet. I'll try to remember to do that tonight, and then I'll come in and take a look. Holy sun. My god. We got all the freaking monopropellant nozzles. Literally every single one. But I'm assuming that we're gonna need them, since we're using mandatory RCS and all that. So, for this morning, let's go take a look at our contracts first before I load anything up. I believe that our main mission right now is to get 2 people into a stable orbit. Crewed stable orbit. Crew of at least 1 Kerbal. And also to kick off space tourism. So, to get a little bit of experience, we'll probably take another pilot with us. We did upgrade this facility, so we can also take 5 additional contracts. 4 additional contracts. I forgot that we still have orbital telescope. We gotta get that done. So it should be safe for us to take this, but we have 80 days. 5 days, 1 day, 6 days, so I gotta take that. That's for crew report, that's for temperature scan in flight near a certain location. I think I'm just gonna take all the low resin, all the low resolution ScanSat contracts. We'll be able to complete this immediately once we get something out at either the Mun or Minmus, but right now we're kind of working on a low orbit, so we have 31 days to finish it. I'm not too worried about that one. 80 days to finish the created network for Kerbin. Also very, very important for us. Slightly less important now that I have multiple antennas with that patch. And the exploration ones are going to have to wait. I may not be able to complete those because I only have 4 days, 5 hours to actually accept them. I think it used to take about 4 days to get to the Mun. So I'm pretty sure it's like a 2-week trip now. Unless we invest additional Delta V into shortening the travel time. Which might happen. Now that did give us a $100,000 advance. When we took... So we got 13 for that, 6,000 for that, 7,000 for that. Okay, never mind, I'm confused. Did we not just make a shitload of money? Alright. I don't know what the hell happened. So how much does a launch cost? I may be able to upgrade this now. Choking to death on my coffee. Oh god. Oh man, when coffee attacks. It only costs $25,000 for us to launch the current vessel. We do have a little bit of tweaking to do with this thing. We're going to change a few things up. One of the things that we need to change up is our upper stage engine. We have about 3,000 DV that we're getting from the lower stages. Part that we just disconnected. This fuel tank with the Merlin, I think we can better apply that. And I don't know if we have an SSTU engine that we can use. So I'm going to do some comparisons here. And the nozzles for these are fuddruckin' huge. I'm reading through the description. Low thrust engine best suited to on-orbit maneuvers. Might be able to make that work. Let's take a look at some of these other engines. We're going to take the Marlin off. We'll worry about making it look good after we get some more information. Do you not run on liquid? Oh, okay, you run on Aerozine and NTO. We can get about 2,000 Delta V out of this engine. We were using a Marlin A, weren't we? So we do get about... it's really only about 200 additional DV for that particular swap. Let's put this back over on hypergolic. I'm going to try to remember that that was about 1,800 DV. It's almost 300. Which does sound about right. That 6-minute burn time is the thing that's making me hesitate here. So that's another somewhere around 200 extra DV. Not really going in the right direction though, are we? Oh, and one thing that I didn't look at, what's our total weight here? Our mass right now is 9.1 tons. With the LFO, it's about 8.3, so this fuel is slightly denser. That or the tank that it requires is slightly denser. And that's going to affect the entire vessel. Looking at the base stats for these two, I might just not use one of these. This is a liquid hydrogen engine. Is it LH2 and oxidizer? Or is it... yes. Okay. So it does require an oxidizer. Not going in the right way there either. Okay. So, outside of SSTU engines, let's go back to LFO, liquid fuel. Let's just take a look at what the Spark will do. Spark has an incredibly low thrust to weight ratio because it's just a little baby. And we'll get about 2000 DV out of it. But we have a 10-minute burn time, which is unacceptable. But it's always a good place to start. The Pug is probably going to be what we go with. Still looking at a fairly long burn time, about 2000 DV, 2100. The ant usually isn't worth looking at, but if it were anywhere near reasonable, then we could cluster multiple ants. The Poodle is basically the exact same as the Marlin. Good morning, Isley. We've got a Torch, we've got a Reliant. I'm doing a little comparison of our different options here. Really long burn times on a lot of these. Let's check out the cryos. Never mind. Wait, what? Why? Liquid hydrogen and oxidizer. Oh, there we go. Just didn't click it with conviction. Very high thrust to weight ratio, very low delta V. So let's go with a more efficient upper stage. Or a more efficient cryo engine. I like the look of this one too, it like self-deploys. That's not terrible. Check out the Mothra. Ooh, now we're talking. So now we're getting the extra DV. And on top of that, we're getting the low burn time. It does take us back to liquid fuel and oxidizer, so our total weight goes down. But it's not quite as good, I mean, other than the burn time's better. It's not quite as good as this one. The burn time is so long on the Pug. That was the Mothra. We also have a Raptor. Or do we? What I'm looking at when I mouse over these is the increase in efficiency. I'm looking for an upper stage, like, space engine, basically. I want something that's fairly efficient with a high ISP in vacuum. Even if it's a little bit lower in... oh, it says this one's specifically for vacuum. I'd have to scale it down for it to actually fit. That'd put us at 1.35 and 2000 DV. It's a vacuum variant of the Marlin. The RL10. I have an RL10A. I think that's it. I got the RL10A and the A3 and A4. Good morning, Shadow. Let's clear all those out. This one's better than the Mothra, so let's set all of those aside. So I would end up getting about half the Delta V because I'd have to switch it over to Hydrolox, which is a higher volume gas. Look at the mass we lost though. We lost almost 4 tons of mass by switching fuel over to liquid hydrogen. And that's the only problem with them is hydrogen takes up a lot of room. It's just not very dense. So it looks like this one's going to be a little bit better. But I think I'm looking at a cluster, right? So I'm going to get half the DV, but a far better overall weight. Okay, so a more in-depth comparison then. If we go and reattach our lower stage, we're looking at 5,331 meters a second of total Delta V. If we take all that weight off, oh, wrong hole. We end up at 3,933. So I think I would rather... Oh shit, I just totally nerfed the size of our... How did I do that? God damn it. Okay, that's a little outrageous. I think that's about where we were. I could just reload the vessel. Then we're at 4,660, so I do think that I want to go with the Marlin. $5,300 ought to be more than enough. Yeah, I think I unfucked it. My bad. I don't know how I did that. It must have been when I was swapping fuel types, I just grabbed the wrong thing. Inset rather than flat. I'm digging the look for now. That actually took the cost of the vessel down to 25,000, and we have 305,000 right now. So if we get a successful test flight out of this, we can just immediately go and overhaul it and make it even better. Why don't I have a shroud here? Or do I? Is it just one of those invisible ones? You don't come with a shroud? pain in the ass. Do I have a spare part? I think we do. Let's test it. Let's update the save, check our staging. Main engine and initial SRBs. SRB separation. Hot fire because we're not going to be able to recover the first stage. Separation from the upper stage. Activation of the parachutes and release of the heat shield. Let's check it out. See what happens. The mission today, currently anyway, is to kind of kick off our first multi-man space tourism project. We need to get a vehicle up into space. So we're just gonna do a quick test flight. We're gonna revert this even if it's successful. No. I want a fairing in there. That looks like shit. We'll just make our own. Apparently it doesn't come with a shroud. How odd. But that is okay. We can make one of our own. What is a pedal adapter? It says it counts as a fairing. Can't tell what I'm changing. I think actually my decoupler needs to go up above that anyway. So you get back on here. Let's just use a payload fairing. It's not gonna fit. It's a little too wide. Shouldn't need a cross section. There we go. Fuck. That'll fit. I had to come out a little bit of it, so it's got a little bit of a flare there. Otherwise, it would have clipped into the decoupler. I guess another thing that I could do, so that I don't have to do that though, just lower the diameter of the decoupler. And then I think I can just go straight up. There we go. Oh, that's okay. We should have them soon. The vacuum Merlins. So that fairing stage will just go right in here with the decoupler and the firing of the next stage. I think. You think too? Somebody named It's a Wizard followed me like right before I got going. Thank you for the follow, dude. If you're still around, welcome to the stream. I'm very curious who's talking about me. It's odd when somebody follows when you're not streaming. You know what I mean? Alright, engine's at full. This is going to be a test flight. We're going to revert it even if it's successful. More than likely what we're going to do, even if it is successful, is come back and upgrade the vehicle assembly bay. I don't think I got editor extensions yet. I forgot about it. Just double checking my staging. What the hell? Oh, it's the flag. I saw something on the side of the vessel, like, vibrating. Thought we had some major issues occurring. 3, 2, 1, go. Yeah, apparently I did miss one. I'm not surprised. Not surprised. It's gonna be a work in progress, right? Getting everything that we want. Surface speed is approaching 200 meters a second. AP is right out in front of us. Go ahead and start to throttle back. We're down to about half fuel. Should actually be able to cut the engine now. Hopefully. Coming up on 10 kilometers. Let's go ahead and start into our gravity turn a little bit. TWR approaching 3, but I'm a little confused on that because if I throttle up a little bit, then it says that my TWR is 2.3, so I think that my information here is not correct. I think that I want to install Kerbal Engineer and see if it does a little bit better of a job. I wasn't paying anywhere near enough attention to what's important. So our AP is at 75 kilometers already, and we're just going to lay over into a gravity corner. Apparently. It's definitely not the most efficient way to do this. What are we at? 55 kilometers? Okay, so I'm gonna just stay at full throttle here. Ears still popping? Oh no. Pretty sure they do have doctors for that though. Can't imagine it's a very comfortable experience, but I do believe help can be found. Trying to find an angle where AP is going to stay at right about 90. Ooh, look at that plume. He purty. Who's purty upper engine? You are. You are. We are at 82 kilometers. AP is staying fairly steady at 90. Time to AP unknown. Let's go nose down just a smidge here as we approach AP. Keep AP at just about 90, our target altitude. The plume is all taken care of by a real plume. Real plume, smokescreen, and real plume stock configs, I believe. Okay, AP's starting to rise again. Put nose down until we get to it. Then we just want to maintain altitude. Nose up just a hair. I want to keep AP right about where it's at. Let's see if we can get into orbit with this damn thing today. Tighten the control just a smidge. Got it. I'm a little bit low on the one end. Let's go ahead and open up our crew hatch here. That'll expose our RCS nozzles. Hmm, 188. I guess that's fine. It is enough to satisfy the requirements of the mission. We should have enough fuel. It's just a little tiny burst here. Should have enough fuel to deorbit though. So let's let them go around. Let's go ahead and turn off RCS and SAS for now. We don't have any solar panels or anything on this. So we do have to keep an eye on electric charge. Supplies shouldn't be an issue. Matter of fact, I might just take supplies out of there to lower the weight. Look at all these stages that have been destroyed. Oh, the sacrilege. We're going to come around to about dawn. Just before dawn. And we'll get lined up for re-entry. As long as nobody goes insane. I think this will work for now, because I think we're going to end up with additional fuel and oxidizer once I get the ascent profile locked in, and once I'm doing a better job. Okay, let's go ahead and pop out of time warp. RCS and SAS on. Let's get adjusted over to retrograde. We'll start off with just a burst of our engine here. I want to try a couple of different things, so I'm actually going to make a quick save at this point. Let's see, wait a minute. If I load a quick save, I can't revert though, huh? But I don't want to redo the entirety of the launch for this test. Fuck it. That lowered our PE to 45. I think that'll be good enough. Actually, I want to go a little bit lower. I want this engine to burn up. Is 45 going to be low enough for this the game to get rid of this, or will it stay as debris? I may need to go lower. Fuck it. We're just gonna revert anyway, so let's find out. I'm gonna go ahead and point radial out and we'll separate. This is 2.7 scale. We're using a Galileo's new map pack, JNSQ. There's the giver of life, the sun. Let's go ahead and separate from the travel stage. Reposition to retrograde again, and prepare for re-entry. I guess we do have everybody on board, so I was going to do this as a test flight. But I wanted to test different re-entry angles. And I can't revert if I do that with our quick save. Get away from me, tank. What the hell do you think you're doing? I don't think I can really use this to... Yeah, I guess I can kind of move away from it with it. There we go. I only have the one set of nozzles, because we still have a 30-part count restriction. And I should probably start to vent all of our monopropellant as well. I think I'm going to wait until we get into the upper atmosphere to vent though, because I don't think I want to lower PE any further than what it is now. Oh, thank you, Isley. So we're at 85K, we've hit the upper atmosphere. Let's go ahead and adjust our view too. Our little tourism vessel is on its way back in. Let's go ahead and activate its parachutes. We'll throttle up so that we start to vent our monopropellant. I'm gonna have to wait until we're a little bit lower. Otherwise it's really gonna lower PE. It's still fairly efficient at this altitude, apparently. Moving on in. Oh, you know, I forgot about the flight computer. I believe that Oh no, never mind. Never mind. I do need access to maneuver nodes before I can really effectively use it to circularize. I was gonna say we can circularize perfectly every time, but not until I get maneuver nodes. So we're still stuck with doing it by hand for now. And I think somewhere around 60 kilometers, we'll go ahead and vent the rest of that monopropellant. So this is a test of re-entry with an initial periapsis of around 45. I'd like to test a steeper re-entry and a shallower re-entry too. We'll see how it goes. PE is quickly falling. We are losing a little bit of speed, but we're gaining more because we are approaching the planet. See how it'll do at 65. If we go ahead and throttle up, get rid of that extra weight of the monoprop. Let's take the snacks out from this thing too. Because I don't really see a situation where this particular vessel is going to spend a whole hell of a lot of time out in space. So we'll just vent all of that excess monoprop. Get rid of the snacks, lower the overall weight just a tad. And if I remember, tonight I want to add a patch so that these will have internal, just a tiny little bit. This little pack that we have in here holds 100 supplies. So I want like 25 or 50 built into anything that has crew. So that for short hopper missions, I mean, it makes sense that they'd be able to fit that much snacks in the crew compartment itself, I think. I think it's fair. So that is the last of our monopropellant. We'll go ahead and close our bays. And we'll see how this goes. I do believe that 45 is going to be our target re-entry altitude, but totally worth testing, especially if we're going to, you know, be doing our re-entries with tourists on board. Jeb's having a fucking blast, isn't he? Like our heat shield's doing well, but I'm getting a little concerned about the advanced inline stabilizer because of the transferring heat. So I may take that part, take the snacks out and replace it with a radiator. I wonder if that would help. Not so much the heat shield that's the problem, it's the part that it's attached to. And this is why I wanted to test different re-entries as well. Let's see what we can get. Okay, it looks like it's gonna be fine. So we'll try the steeper re-entry first. I don't think a shallower re-entry test is actually going to be necessary. It looks like our heat shield has plenty of ablator. What the fuck is that? I think that might have been the main cockpit there. Heating up a bit. Man, look at them G-forces. Suck you right into the seat. But it looks like it's gonna be fine. So another concern with this will be the addition of landing legs when we go back and do our upgrade. And then we'll have to figure out if we need to flare this out with a larger heat shield to keep everything safe. There goes our drogue chute. RCS and SAS can be turned off at this point. 4 main chutes. Let's kick time warp back up. I want the landing legs in case we land on like a mountain. Everywhere else should be fine. I don't anticipate any dramatic rolls or anything like that. But if we were to land on a mountain, we'll probably roll down the entirety of it until we blow up. Because we are in a big cylinder right now, right? Okay, and I don't think I have a hell of a lot of room to move the rear parachutes further back, and it's dangerous to move them back onto this part that's overheating. I would like to balance that out a little bit. Maybe I can move the front ones forward just a little bit, and I'll reposition the drogue chute to the front of the crew cabin. But it looks like we're going to sit down safe without any problems. I guess maybe these will work like a kickstand. Now that I have the bay open, maybe that should be standard operating procedure to open that for landing legs. It won't prevent all rolls, but it should prevent most rolling, I think. Unless they just clip into the ground. I believe the doors count as a completely physical object. I think they'll be fine. Let's see. When we sit down, I'll try to use SAS to roll us. Oh yeah, they're definitely keeping us up off of the ground. Cool. Yeah, and they're steady enough that if I activate RCS, I can... oops. Wrong one. SAS. There. Okay, yeah. We're not able to even encourage a roll. If we close these, though, then we're just a big cylinder. But I think that's going to be just fine. So let's reload. I want to do a much steeper re-entry this time. Hopefully I made that quick save before I separated from the travel engine, because it's going to be just a little bit faster. It won't really matter, though. Yeah, cool. We're still attached. And we are holding retrograde, so this time I want to use up all of its fuel. That'll leave us with a negative periapsis. We're going to come in far steeper this time. Let's go ahead and point outward or to the side and separate from the engine there. Then I'm going to kick up the throttle and just move away from that a little bit. Let's go to a negative 40 kilometer PE. Okay. Activate our chutes. And then we'll vent once again once we're a little bit further down into the atmosphere. So we can just leave the bay door open and everything. So we're in physics warp. Now we definitely don't have to worry about that remaining as debris, because that alone is a mission fail. There will be exceptions to that. Sometimes it's okay to leave debris up there if we have the ability to launch a drone or a crew of engineers that can go and take care of it. But for the most part, if I have to leave debris, then back to the drawing board, and we're going to do better. See how this one goes. I wouldn't be too surprised if we burned up. If we do, maybe we will do that shallower re-entry test, because now that I've reloaded that, I have lost my ability to revert. But I think it's worth it for science. Let's go ahead and start to vent. Coming in a hell of a lot faster this time. I'm surprised that having the doors open doesn't cause the crew hatch to begin to overheat. Still getting pretty damn close. No explosions yet. We're approaching 3 kilometers a second. Down from nearly 4. Look at that trail. Liquid hot plasma. No, I think it's gonna be fine, even if we do have to do a steep, you know, somewhat emergency re-entry. I think it's gonna be fairly safe. Okay, and now air resistance is starting to push our heat shield aside, so that's that little bit of heat that we're developing up in the cockpit there. We are all the way down to 21 kilometers of altitude. Still over 1.5 meters a second of speed. We're pulling in them G's. Alright, let's see if she can set down safely. Oh, yep, we'll be fine. As long as that drogue isn't destroyed when it's deployed, we shouldn't have any issues. Cool. I think we can totally pass this for tourist missions. And I think that we're safe to go and do our VAB upgrade and then improve it a little bit before we actually start taking up additional people. I like it. Oh yeah, let's go ahead and open up our kickstand here. On time, Morph. Help me touch the ground. Because this time we'll just go ahead and recover it. I guess another thing that we actually could do is our crew report. Since we're now starting on manned missions, there's a lot of areas where we haven't got a crew report from yet. We get another one from the ground. And I don't think we can get soil samples yet. From Kerbin's arid lowlands. Yeah, he can do an EVA report now that we're on the ground. We don't have the ability to get out of our craft during flight yet. But we'll just grab what we can. Let's recover. So a couple of notable upgrades that we want to make. Enhanced control for the initial stage to prevent that weird roll that we get. Let's see what we got for ribbons too. We got a research ribbon. We got a G-Force 4 ribbon. Oh dear. We got a Mach 5 ribbon. First Kerbin orbit ribbon going to both Jebediah and Valentina. And passenger transport ribbon. Cool. Let's go ahead and get our VAB upgrade so that we're no longer restricted to 30 parts, because fuck that life. And what are we looking at for... Okay, another 150,000 for the tracking station upgrade. We already have the first upgrade for mission control. So once we get that, we'll be able to visualize orbits, and I believe that's when we first get to start making... what do you call it? Maneuver nodes. At least I'm pretty sure. 75 for the astronaut complex to be able to do EVAs in space or in flight. And a whopping 451,000 before we can upgrade the R&D. Now we do have enough science that we can grab one more thing. I believe that we're going to end up unlocking those last. Hydrogen, oxygen, life support, water tank, fertilizer tank, and a mulch tank. I feel like those are fine, but why would we... Isn't the water tank for TAC life support? And the oxygen as well, maybe. Oh wait, I think there's actually a converter, a life support converter that we can use, and an electricity converter that'll have water as a waste or a byproduct. Your house depressurizes when you open the door. Now you just need to patent that house and sell it as a habitat for Mars. Yeah, I don't really think we need any of that yet. Not until we start to head to the moon. So out of all of our available options, I think we want to go for advanced construction. That'll give us larger fairings, that'll give us docking ports, it'll give us some station pieces and habitats, some ISRUs. Isn't that what they're called? ISRUs? This one... It says it's a, oh, okay, it's a material processing unit, so they're referring to it as an MPU. Universal Storage ACD, Attitude Control Decoupler, combines a stack separator and an inline stabilizer to provide staging and reaction wheel systems. Interesting. We're more interested in monopropellant pack type stuff, though, because gyroscopes are dramatically nerfed with mandatory RCS. Oh, nice, and a 5-bay service core. We have the 4-point service core right now. We also get hard fairings. The airlock is a piece that I want to add to the car for now. We get our first hinge and a rotation servo, an alligator hinge, and 2 hydraulic cylinders. Those are part of the DLC content, so we've never really had an opportunity to mess with those. Our first hub, yeah, a lot of structural stuff. And then a lot of this up here is for extraplanetary launch pads, which we won't be using yet. Oh, we also get our first upgrade for the cylindrical hangar. I like this aerodynamic blister too. Oh, and I guess we do get the universal storage magnetometer boom. Yeah, so let's go for it. That leaves us with 76, not quite enough for another unlock. Mopai, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. We just got our first VAB upgrade, so let's use our 190 grand real quick to do some minor upgrades, and then we'll see what other contracts we can get. I think our next mission is going to be to put up our first telescope. And depending on how that goes, we might be able to deliver 2 telescopes into an orbit at the same time. So I'm going to work on the 3-man first, now that we don't have a part limitation. I do want to go and add some control surfaces to the main lifter there. And these are a little bit dangerous. They're fairly long. The entire vessel is fairly long. So I just want to put like some ullage motors or something in to separate it a little bit more cleanly from us. If I have any. Well, it doesn't look like I do. So I wonder how small we can tweak scale like a flea. And I can't really surface attach it, can I? Kind of. Can't even tell if I'm clicking on the right thing, so let's do it from this side. We could try center of mass. I like to have them at the top and at the bottom, though. Oh, well, shit. Apparently I can't miniaturize the flea. I don't think so. Am I tripping? No, I can't. Interesting. So we have the hammer, we have the striker. I'm looking for a tiny little guy. Thumper is definitely not tiny. And then we have the SSTU as well. I can go down to 0.62 with the 1. Shit, I can't miniaturize the striker either. So are the ullage motors that I used to use part of KW? Good morning, Waller. Might be. I have another question here too. There's some liquid fuel in these. Maybe not. I could have swore that there was some liquid fuel in them, but maybe not. All I'm seeing is solid. I'm trying to think of a good way for us to put an ejection rocket on here. That's right. As soon as we heard about the DLC, we started to plan our comeback to good old KSP. Even that is too big, and I can't tweak scale it any smaller. Sucks. I mean, it's a lot of parts, but I could do it with like a spark or even an ant. Maybe the ant is the way to go. What do we have for tiny little tanks like Oscars? We have an Oscar B and an Oscar C. Fucking engine's so small I can't tell which way it's pointed. Ooh, I hadn't noticed that we were clipping into that engine on that side. I dislike that. Unfollow. Do not approve. We'll take care of that in a moment. All I want is the tip of the nozzle pointing out. And then I gotta find these little shits. So the ants will now go into here. And one major difference is that we do need to be at full throttle when we stage from these. Mod until it crashes? That's right. And I'm hoping that those will just move this safely away from the main portion of the rocket. It's twice as many parts as I was hoping to devote to it, though. Then, can we make these recoverable? I'm gonna get them up to about a quarter larger than they are by default. And for some reason, stage recovery is not playing along. It might have fixed itself. For some reason, it's still saying these 5 chutes that were more than adequate won't be enough to recover the upper stage, though. So I think I actually might have to take out stage recovery. Does not seem to be working properly. Well, that put it up to 99.17, so maybe it will work. Just seems odd. Now, I do need to take care of that shit. I don't want that tank clipping into that part of the engine. Not cool. No, we're at about 3. I think we're at like 110-ish? Which is still better than usual, right? That almost works. What I need is a larger standoff, unfortunately. So we do have the radial decoupler. What about this little guy? Will that hold them any further out? Maybe barely. Well, let's reattach you. Let's do a side-by-side. Does look like it sticks out just a little bit more, but I think we're gonna end up having to go with this fella. And the problem with this one is the legs stay attached to the payload. So unfortunately, like best case scenario, I would move that in like that, but then when it separates, it'll create an explosion. don't know if I'm a huge fan, but I think it's the best I can do for now until we get a better decoupler. Or a more appropriate decoupler. Okay, and then parachutes for the main lifter. Let's just go ahead and grab a copy of one of these if I haven't moved them too far internal. Yeah, definitely not down to 2 digits, but I think we're doing a little bit better on our total number of mods. And there's a couple of things that we're probably going to have to take out. A couple of things that we were able to do in stock that I just don't see being possible here in JNSQ. Oh good, the lower 3 would actually be totally adequate, so I want them at the bottom of the rocket so that they produce drag low. And for the upper stage, I think right under the heat shield. No, it's actually going to have to go under the decoupler, isn't it? Because if I put them under the heat shield, then the decoupler is going to release the parachutes. Or we could just stay radial with them too. It's not like it really matters for this. And I'm thinking 3 is still going to be adequate. But I do think that I really want to reattach these with part symmetry. I just can't think of how. What if I attach you here? No? There. Then can I go into radial symmetry? Or mirrored symmetry? No, I can't. So what I need to do is change the nose so that I can single stack this. I think it's worth it though. Let's get rid of that. Should have kept the other one that I already got the chute off of. That way we're not going to introduce any instability because of part symmetry. I might have to redo it. I placed them too high. Yeah, fuck. Totally worth. Parachute's facing the wrong way. Damn it. Why are you fucking nightmare? Oh, I put the parachute on the wrong part of the fucking rocket anyway. I put it on the inside. So it was facing the right way. I just put the parachute on the wrong way. Should have referenced the bottom of the solid rocket booster. This needs to be on the same side as that one. This isn't fiddly at all. I enjoy this. There fucking go, baby. I think that height discrepancy will actually be okay. And let's see if I can get the nose cone on here. Nice. Man, that was a lot of work. I can still see a little dot there, but after all that, fuck it. Just fuck it. Okay, so now I have to fix all my staging stuff. All the parachutes can just go into the final stage again. We want to ignite all 3 solid rocket boosters and the main engine at the same time on the pad. We want these to decouple and fire the Ant liquid engines at full throttle to move the SRBs away from us. Then we stage our fairing, fire our second stage engine in its own stage this time. So we just decouple and fire the fairing to expose the engine. Then we let it move away from us, and we'll do that with... shit, I still... Do I have to put ants on that fucking thing too? One thing that I should have done with that little Oscar tank is lower its size, but we'll do a test and we'll see if it's too much fuel. It might be. If they fire... I just need like a little poof to move them away from us. If they fire for too long, then they're going to start to, you know, travel around, and we don't want them to destroy one another after separation. It's an inappropriate decoupler? Oh, this one? Yeah. Particularly love it, but she'll do. So we need chutes for this little fucker. Just considering my options here, because we could put a structural piece in there to mount the chutes too, and then we would use a fairing to cover everything up. I think that's what I'm gonna do. I guess I don't want to use that. I don't want it to be attached to the upper payload just by magic. I need something like maybe you? If I resize you? Nope, can't resize you. Okay. That's true, but our travel speed's gonna be so high that if I use the parachutes to try and pull them away, there's also a chance that I'll destroy the parachutes on the stage. That they'll derp out and try to deploy. So, that's why I want to do a combo. The parachutes won't actually be deployed, just for, kind of for safety. That way we control exactly when they deploy. Let's use an inline here, actually. So our staging did get a little bit more complicated. That'll now go up to the top. Fire the main engine, the 3 solid rocket boosters. Stage the solid rocket boosters. This fairing needs to move up to here. If it wasn't for stage recovery, then I think we'd be okay with firing those and activating these when we decouple from it. But so far, when it comes to like staging this final drive, if I had enough fuel to use it to also slow me down, it seems like every single time it destroys everything. And I'm not sure why, but it just happens to. Yeah, I think I like it. Now, the fairing is probably actually going to go a little bit higher, because I think I want to cover up the landing legs, and I think now might be a good enough time for us to add them. So this is going to change a lot of the characteristics of the rocket. But this is a tourist vessel, so we should probably have landing legs, right? Then I also wanted to reposition the chutes. Nothing says safety like covering up all your doors with a fairing. Well, we definitely didn't make it any prettier, did we? And we added a lot of weight to it, so gonna need an additional test. I might get rid of this fairing. I think it'd be fine to have those exposed, but I would prefer not to if we don't have to. Thing is, as far as the fairing's concerned, we may actually have to flare out the top of the rocket in order to put a larger heat shield to keep these safe. It just might not be okay with what we're doing here. So we also definitely negatively affected our Delta V. We're going to be a little bit low. Let's start with the SRBs, because they're the least expensive thing to upgrade. Hopefully the parachutes that we have will still be adequate. And that'll be part of the test flight, finding out. Otherwise, I'll have to undo the nose, put them back down there, and redesign it a little bit. I think I might just nerf the nose. How much extra room do I have in this fairing? It's not much, but it is too wide. There we go. A little bit better. Okay, staging wise. Main liquid fuel engine, 3 solid rocket boosters, these are the little separation ant engines that hopefully are going to work. Then we have the interstage fairing here and the decoupler. Then we wait for that to get out of the way. We don't want to destroy it since we're going to add parachutes to it. And we'll probably just put those right in here. Just alongside the decoupler. Because I'm hoping that 4 is going to be enough to make that recoverable. Or should we just use an inline again? Let's just use an inline. So nothing else changed, just had to resize the fairing to fit the chutes. And we'll get rid of these 3 on the bottom. So separate from that, let it move away from us, fire the upper engine. Then the next interstage adapter actually can probably be disconnected before we get to that stage, but we'll do a test flight to make sure. And then the final stage is the separation of the heat shield. So let's see how much I nerfed this. I'm gonna have to increase or lower the thrust limiter, because we are gonna be carrying that extra weight. I'm going to leave that on a double cluster. And then we have a fairly underpowered top stage, but I think it might be okay. I may end up actually having to go to 4 solid rocket boosters, which honestly is fine. It'll make the craft more stable. Let's update the save, take it out for a test flight. Oh, I was thinking that you said put the parachutes at the top of the solid rocket boosters. You said put the decouplers up there. And that would be fine. It is fairly long, but so I would prefer to just use a little, engine. I would really prefer to use a little tiny solid rocket engine, but I'm going to try it with the ants just to see how it does. So we really don't need to worry about a gravity turn here. I'm also very unclear as to why Tito is still on board, but it'll be fine. We're just going to revert this anyway. I just want to see how it'll do. So let's get our information up. We will try for a gravity turn. I don't think that we're going to have enough total delta V to actually achieve gravity. To actually achieve an orbit until we do a little bit more messing around. But we did increase the solid rocket booster, so it does have a chance. So 3, 2, 1, go. A lot of SRB. So as we lose weight in the solid rocket boosters and increased our output, I'm throttling back on the main liquid engine. And that's kind of where the additional control surfaces come into play. I'm hoping that they'll help us not to do that weird roll when we start to hit the thicker... when we start to hit the upper speed while we're in the thicker part of the atmosphere here. Start to lean us over a little bit. We're approaching 10 kilometers actual altitude. Apoapsis is nearly double that now. Approaching 25. AP just past 30. Actual altitude coming up on 20 kilometers. AP at 40. Let's go down to a 45-degree angle. AP at 50. We'll just keep drawing our prograde down toward the horizon while we spend all the rest of this fuel. AP at 80 when we ran out of fuel. We have to fire these up. The ants did an okay job. They moved it away a little bit. It doesn't look like they're going to collide with one another. Maybe. AP's at 90. I wasn't paying enough attention. I need to nose down consistently during that initial separation. As soon as they clear the back of the rocket, I need to continue nosing down. Let's keep an eye on our fuel here. Trying to keep AP at about 90 kilometers. About 5 kilometers above the outer edge of the atmosphere. And we're almost up to 70 ourselves, so I think this would be an appropriate time for us to fire that upper fairing. And lose that additional weight. What the hell just happened? Deploy, motherfucker. So I know that I want to deploy that before we stage this, and I can fix up my staging now. No reason for us to carry that extra weight that high. The landing gear that it was covering and the parachutes that it was covering will be just fine. Alright. Separate from that one, and I do need to open up my bay here so that we can use monopropellant to nose up. Let's go ahead and activate our engine and start to throttle up. And we are nearly at AP. Fairly close anyway. I think I want to nose up just a little tiny bit before we get there. We'll see if we have enough fuel in this to circularize, now that we've added all that extra stuff. We're just under 90, so that's fine. Nope, didn't get to the moon yet. We're still working on tourism stuff, and then we have a telescope that we need to work on. Then we'll work on some flyby moon probes. Moon and Mimnus. Right now we're working on the money to finance them through tourism. We've finally got enough cash to upgrade our vehicle assembly bay so that we don't have a part restriction. So it should be fairly smooth sailing from here on. It's typically the hardest part to get past. And it looks like we're going to fall a little bit short, but it's going to be close. Nope, we're fine. 90 and 97. I could have cut the engine just a hair earlier and circularized a little bit better. But we totally make it up into orbit. And with the extra SRBs, even with all of the extra shit that we added, we actually have a lot more fuel in the final stage than we did before. So let's go ahead and open up our bay. Because if we don't, we really can't move. Like, I can't even barely roll the ship. It will roll. Let's get a look at the front. But very, very, very slowly if I don't use RCS now. Much more better. Let's go ahead and assume retrograde. We want to keep an eye on our messages and see if all of the other parts of this were actually recoverable. Hopefully they are. I could probably also downgrade the size of the monopropellant tank that we have here. It's really not necessary to have all of that. We have one maneuver that we really need to do with it, and then we vent the rest. So RCS can be turned off. Let's go ahead and do half an orbit. And then we'll start doing re-entry tests. Got to make sure that the landing legs are actually going to survive re-entry. If not, we have a redesign of the travel stage that we need to undergo. RCS on. Let's get pivoted around. I don't know, maybe we're not wasting that much anymore. We're going to bring up 27.5 units of monopropellant. We're down to 14 with just these simple little maneuvers. Going to throttle up a little bit. We're going to lower PE. Oh, wait. Make a quick save so that I don't have to redo the launch to do these tests. We might die. It is true. I'm going to take PE down to about 45. And if we put a probe core on this, stage recovery would actually use the rest of that fuel to try and do an engine-assisted landing, but hopefully we've got enough chutes on there that it won't be necessary. Let's go ahead and turn radial out. And we'll separate from the travel drive. Okay, ready for stage. Then we want to go back to retrograde. Let's go ahead and thrust forward a little bit and get away from that thing. That lowered PE to about 40. Maybe I want to go the other way about it. But I'm down to about 4.4 units of monopropellant, so we'll just live with it. I'm going to leave the bay doors open so that we can vent. Let's go ahead and get lined up for re-entry. Lined up with the horizon. Go ahead and activate our chutes as well. And then let's see what happens. We're going to need a bigger heat shield, though, to protect these lander legs. Don't think they're going to be able to survive the heat of re-entry. Let's get back up to radial out and just lower, just go a little bit. Nah, it'll be fine. Fuck it. Go ahead and just hold retro. Let's not worry about it. Because that's about the end of our monoprop anyway. I was going to try to raise PE a little bit, but 40 is a pretty good test. If we don't survive that, then we'll try 50. And if the landing legs won't survive that, then we'll redesign. As long as we have a standardized periapsis altitude that we would use for re-entry, I'm pretty happy. And we'll be able to work on accuracy and setting down closer and closer to the original launch site once we have maneuver nodes. Yes, we do have stage recovery installed, and that's a lot of what we're testing with this flight. It's also why we separated so early from the lift stage. But it doesn't look like it's working. Like, there's no fucking way that those parachutes weren't enough to get lower than 140.63. For some reason, I don't think that stage recovery is actually doing what it's supposed to do. That, and when we add our parachutes, the values that it's giving us don't make a whole lot of sense. Like, we know for a fact that between the drogue chute and the 4 chutes that are on the top of this, we've already done plenty of re-entries, but stage recovery is saying 0% chance of recovery. Doesn't make sense. Yes, and that's one of the best parts about it. That's why we do 2 different kinds of re-entry tests. We want to make sure that if it's the active vessel, like it is right now, that it can actually set down if we're piloting it. But on top of that, before we go and pass it for unmonitored re-entries, we do want to test out the parachute scheme that we're using and make sure that stage recovery can also deorbit stuff. Otherwise, we just spend a whole hell of a lot of time on tourist missions later on. And I'm lazy and I don't want to. But yeah, there's some, I don't know if it's just not liking the scaling of JNSQ, the 2.7 scale. I don't know if that's confusing it or what the fuck's going on. So this is never a good sign. And we kind of anticipated that that we would have a problem with these. That's why we're doing the test. It's never a good sign when you're only at 65 kilometers and you're already overheating with your landing legs. I would be quite surprised if they actually survived. Let's go ahead and vent the last little bit of our monopropellant and close up our bay. Matter of fact, I really don't even think that we need to, just based on how soon they started to overheat and how hot they got, I don't think we need to test a 50-kilometer re-entry. I think we can just safely assume that we need to flare out on the back end of this and provide it with a larger diameter heat shield to protect those. I mean, we'll survive, but the landing legs won't survive without a little bit of assistance. I've already tested the rest of this for re-entry. We didn't really add anything outside of the landing legs, so I don't anticipate any changes in our re-entry in the capsule. But rip legs. I would need quite a large bay for it. And I do need to make sure that the connection from the front cockpit is crew passable into the crew cabin. So I wouldn't be able to put a robotic bay in there. Put a bay in there and then put hinges in to deploy them. Welcome to the stream, Zerpio. Thanks for the follow, man. Very nice to meet you. I'm just gonna let it go through the rest of this just to make sure that there won't be any issues. This has already been passed. But there might have been something that I missed. And this is slightly steeper than the original test, but we went in way steeper for the secondary test, and we passed both. Enjoy your lurk, Van. Yeah, we'll be just fine. I'm gonna let it continue until we deploy the chutes, and then we'll go ahead and start working on a new travel stage, a new upper stage. I don't think we're gonna have to add anything. We might have to reposition some stuff though, to allow it to fit. But it seemed to go pretty well. Cost us a couple landing legs, but that's no big deal. Sweet. Okay. I'm fairly satisfied with that part. Let's go back to the VAB. See if we can get these landing legs to survive. So a lot of the work that we're going to do is going to take place right above this fairing here. But I think the fairing itself is going to have to change because of what we're going to do. So let's just ditch that. We'll separate those. And I want to cut this off at the decoupler. The heat shield diameter needs to be increased. That might be just enough. 1.875. But now we have to make it look good too. Let's go ahead and get rid of those snacks. Just right off the bat, let's get rid of those. Let's relocate the rear set of landing gear a little bit higher up. Oh, it was also hiding those batteries a bit. Let's reposition those to the top if we're not going to have the snack cans. We could probably get away with fewer batteries too if we really wanted to. Make sure everything fits well. I may have to move it back down to the bottom, but I like actually having this as a bit of a cap for it. And I like having the monopropellant nozzles a little bit closer to the end of the vehicle. So these are going to have to be repositioned if this is going to be connected to a heat shield. Don't want that popping out the bottom anymore. What I really want here is a thinner, wider can for that. So that held 20, this will only hold 15. But it'll fit better. Might be the way to go. And then either a structural adapter to connect to the wider heat shield. Yeah, because I can't think of anything else that I would use, so let's go into structural. I can't think of one that would totally fit right off the top of my head. Some of these are scalable and some aren't. No, thankfully we did get that upgrade in. The VAB has been upgraded. So that's not quite right. Let's just cut to the chase and go with the universal stack adapter. That is not going to work, because then our ass end is so big that we're going to almost be resting on it when we set down unless we're on something perfectly flat. We could do a decoupler in there and separate from the adapter as well as the heat shield, I guess. The most current mod list is actually a CCAN favorite. Oh, and let me make a note here, because I was told that AVC now gives you a list so that we can cut and paste it again. So if you just do !mods, it'll bring up a link to the Discord. Go to the KSP channel, and that'll have a download for a patch that I wrote for Remote Tech that you can throw in JNSQ if you want to use Remote Tech. That'll give you... Remote Tech doesn't have a configuration file for this yet, so it's not next to the original launch site, the KSC. So I relocated that one, and then I added antennas for all of the different launch sites. So download that one, throw that in JNSQ, and then download the favorites list, and when you bring up CCAN, you go to File and Import, import downloaded mods. Oh, first, actually, sorry. Go into compatible KSP versions and tick all of these from 1.7 down to 1.4, then do the import list, and it'll bring up everything that we have. And then I have a short list of things that we had to add manually. Kerbal Joint Reinforcement was having an issue with the CCAN version, so add that one manually. Copernicus is not fully up to date on CCAN as far as I am aware. It's one version behind, so download Copernicus manually. That'll come with Modular Flight Integrator. Mod Manager you'll get with like everything. And then Planet Shine, Textures Unlimited, and Trajectories. We were having a problem with too. Version 2.2.2 for some reason is having an issue with this game with JNSQ. So try it first if you want to. Otherwise, manually download 2.2.1 and it should work. Don't think so. It might just be a list. I've never actually tried to open it. Yeah, it is human readable, but you'll have to open it with something. Try Notepad Plus, or Notepad might work. I opened it with Visual Studio. Apparently you can just open it up and read them though. But I would highly recommend that you do use CCAN. CCAN has come a very long way, and a lot of the mods that we're using, the mod author, if you run into any issues, is going to recommend that you manually delete whatever you've done and reinstall using CCAN before they'll actually offer you any assistance. There's a couple of things that haven't been fully updated, and those are the ones that we installed manually, but the rest of them would be a great idea to actually use CCAN now. So I don't want to go with this. I'm not happy with how wide the heat shield is going to end up being. Yeah, I'm having issues with Safe Shoot as well, and I think I might be able to fix those, but I haven't started to take a look into it. Let me write that down too. Check into Safe Shoot. I think Safe Shoot, and I want to check into whether I can fix the hell's in it? Oh, stage recovery. Then another problem that you're going to have with 1.71 is an issue with Kiss and Cass that was introduced by Squad, actually, with the way that they implemented their own inventory system. So you can install them, but there's certain things that you're going to want to read through the forum post on to see what you can and cannot do. Check stage recovery. We'll see if we can get those fixed up tonight, and if we can, I'll post the configuration files in Discord after I get done. My dad and my grandpa are actually coming to visit tomorrow. Dad lives down in the, kind of in the middle of the state. I live in northern Utah, and Grandpa's coming over from California, so it might take an extra day. Today's my Friday. We'll be off Monday and Tuesday. But if I can do anything about it, then expect a patch by Wednesday. Oh, does CCAN kind of suck for Unix? I didn't know that. That sucks. But yeah, as long as you're okay with putting them in manually. And then if you do run into any issues, ew, gross. Look at that. Mandatory RCS pack. Why do you look like shit, dude? Who maintains mandatory RCS pack? Forgot that I had it sorted by installed. Got machine. I'm gonna open that up and leave it up in another tab. Get a hold of them. cast was fixed yesterday. I checked this morning and it still says that it's incompatible with 1.71, but they do have some hot fixes that they've put out that have lowered the number of things that'll go wrong. There's still a couple of things that you do want to avoid as far as what I saw this morning, but I don't know, I could have been looking at the wrong. I just checked like really quick. There's a couple of them that I've checked like every day just to see if there's been any progress. And to be quite honest, until the title doesn't say to avoid it, I just look extremely briefly and move on. So I could totally be wrong. I don't know what the hell I'm gonna do about this. I guess we could try a lower diameter. I think honestly, what I'm gonna do is get rid of the fucking landing gear. I think that's just the best way to go. So I'm just gonna reload the Space Cheese 3-man and take out this fairing. Actually, the fairing can stay, can't it? I'm gonna take these off though, fuck them. Let's go ahead and redo our fairing. I like to have landing legs, they make sense, but it's just not in the cards right now, unfortunately. We'll just restructure the fairing so that it covers everything all the way up to our little service bay. Oh yeah, let's redo all this shit too. Just real quick. They don't need snacks. No tourist is gonna pay for us to take them up there for 9 days. So there's no reason for us to have that shit. Not the chosen one. Thank you for the follow, man. Welcome. Nice to meet you. Trying to find a happy middle ground because these are gonna have to clip into one another unless I attach them to the side of the tank. No, I don't like that either. We'll just put them on the side of the tank. And then I want to pull the previous tank and just get rid of it. And I want to swap that out for a downscaled. Oop, come here. Hey, don't fuck with me. I will delete you. Get in there, little shit. Scale that down. It holds a little bit less monopropellant. It holds 15 units rather than 25, but I like the way that it fits in here. Let's do this the easy way, huh? Let's rotate the tank. Attach them like sane people would. And then rotate the tank back the way that we want it. And then we can just move them in a little bit. Much more better, I think. I hope. Talk to my computer like you. Hey, it's true. I'm just keeping it real. You can do whatever you want, computer, but just know that I am fully willing to format your ass. You will end up on eBay so fucking quick if you don't act right. Make your little hard drive spin. And it's only got SSDs, so that's never a good thing when they're spinning. Alright. I don't think that we have any other issues that we need to take care of outside of me completely forgetting to relocate these a little bit forward. Just so that hopefully we'll set down a little bit more level when we do deploy all of our shoots. Thanks for the follow, Snicks. And welcome, man. Check the GitHub. KOP had 4 hotfixes in a day. Yeah, we're having a lot of problems with Scatter and Copernicus. The next update for JNSQ, from what I was told by Bob, is not going to probably take place until we figure out what the fuck is going on with Scatter. I haven't even looked into it at all, so it's on them right now. The only part that I've done anything with is remote tech. Okay, so I think we're good here. I don't think that we need an additional test flight. I think we can go ahead with a live flight. All we really changed was the addition of the parachute. We tried it with the landing legs and with a larger fairing, so taking away the larger fairing and taking away the landing legs should only positively affect the outcome of our mission. So if we go back in here, I didn't get paid. Oh, right. I know why I didn't get paid. I forgot. He wants to be up there for 4 hours before he's going to give me my $100,000. That's fine. We'll send him back up. So we have new missions, but I don't see any that I actually want to take at the moment. I want to do the flight for this before we do our satellite contract, but let's go ahead and design well, it's a telescope contract. Let's go ahead and design the telescope, and I think we're going to use the same deployer. I had intended to do it earlier today. We actually did get the little shit up into orbit. That's why he was still in the cockpit. I didn't leave him up there for the required amount of time. I just brought him back home. So we did get paid like $90,000 for the one part of the mission, but unfortunately I didn't get the extra $100,000 for leaving him up there for the required amount of time. Now, did I already start on... Doesn't look like it. Okay. Let's cancel that. Let's go just to new, I think. I have saved that as a subassembly. Oh, let's update the subassembly. Load that. Because now it has parachutes and an upgraded solid rocket booster stage with more control surfaces. It's right here at the decoupler. It's a little bit more powerful, so I'm going to save that as the Cheese Lifter 2. Then we can go to new. And the payload is going to be a cacti telescope. I've accepted a contract to put a cacti telescope up. I do need a probe core though, I guess. Forgot about that. Let's see if we can get the slim to work for this. Unless does the QBE have any torque? It doesn't. So we're gonna have to reposition with monopropellant. I think the slim will work just fine. And then I'm also curious if we have the payload bay for cacti, because I don't think we have it unlocked yet. Doesn't look like it. Do I have different color options for this? I don't. I can do truss caps, no caps, and solid caps. Well, that kind of blows, because it's not going to match the color of it. Ooh, a new snacks update. Nice. I'm still using USI at the moment, but I am heavily debating moving on to snacks. Trying to decide if this is what I want to go with, or if I just want to use, because I think I can color a fairing. Yeah, I totally can. I think that's what we'll go with, rather than that. Because there shouldn't really be any reason to open this that I'm aware of. Ooh, what does the all-dark one look like? Oh, yeah, baby. Because the cacti telescope is all black. Black and grays. So this is going to have external RCS for repositioning, and I do kind of want to get it like right on the center of mass, so let's add all of our other stuff first. On the bottom of this we'll have a fuel tank for our RCS fuel. It's going to get a fairly generous amount of RCS fuel compared to other vessels that we've made so far, which have mostly just been little probes, so the RCS for those is only really going to be used to flip around, retrograde, you know, whatever direction we actually decide that we want them to go. Then What do you carry? Erzine and NTO. And it does have a built-in fuel cell. I don't think that we need to give it a modular upper stage. The square thingy in the middle is our probe core. We're gonna hide that with a fairing. Well, maybe. If it'll let me end the fairing there. I don't want to add it yet, because we're going to put batteries in there with it and a couple of other things. But the SSTU probe core is like bright-ass white, isn't it? No, you're totally right. Let's go for it. What about power consumption? 1.7 versus 1.7, so they're identical there. Yeah, I don't see any downside at all. Cool. Good thinking. Oop. I forgot that you can recolor the fucking thing. Until I attached it. Now, where are we going to put all of our batteries and everything? There's actually a bay that goes on the bottom of this, but apparently I don't have it unlocked yet. Oh, that's okay. Black's fairly easy to do with RGB. But in the future, hell yeah. I think I like that. For lighting, we won't need lighting on the bottom. I think I may give this a docking port as well, because we are probably going to have to send up monopropellant stores for this to be able to reposition more than a couple of times. Can't really think of anything else in here that I want except for some handrails, because when we come up to service the lens, it's going to make it a little bit easier for our little curveball to hang on to the edge of it within a range of them. That's not what I want to do at all. Uh-oh. Where do I have to click on you? Little handrail. Come back. I think we do have a couple of structural tubes. Okay, there we go. And then, does this have any coloring options? Doesn't look like it. When I right click, I got no more info. Oh, that's alright. Black and gold. Whatever. We only really need the one handle, but I like the symmetry of having both. Because the front of this, when we come up here to put in new lenses, will open up, so that handle is kind of invalidated, but eh. Oh, actually, let's go ahead and grab the lens for it, and we'll set it up with one installed. And then I want some sort of internal cargo too. Well, it's probably not necessary, is it? I don't think I want to, like, the contract requires a wide field camera, but I think I would rather have this as an asteroid camera later on. Let's just leave one of those out there. And I don't know if I can put those inside of the squad cargo, because I've never ever used it. Does not look like it. How do you use the freaking... It's not letting me drag. Go in there. I guess it won't work. So do we have any lockers or anything like that? I'm assuming that this is going to be safe. Hopefully I'm not wrong. I think there were one of the main issues at the moment, at least this morning when I looked, was the fuel lines. Would they just be under utility? I kind of assumed that they would have their own tab. Been a hot minute. This has an inventory. See if it'll let me put them in it. And then we'll go find something appropriate for the task. I don't think we need an airlock on it. Okay. So that'll work, I just gotta find the right locker. Ooh, I'd really like a surface attached one, but it doesn't look like it's gonna be an option. Let's see, if I can't resize you, then you're not gonna work. Shit, I don't think I have a good option for this. I guess I can make it into a locker. Like, that's outrageously large. Definitely don't need that much inventory space. So what if I did that little tiny fucker? Where'd it go? There. Can I surface attach you? Of course not. Okay, never mind. What I was gonna do is just kind of fuse it into the side of this thing over here for us to go and throw extra lenses into. Yeah, we do have a couple of different parts of stock-alike station parts expansion structural tubes, crew tubes. We have the USI DERP structural ring. Oh, you know, that other one might actually work with an adapter, depending on what kind of a docking port we go with. Because we only have the SSTU and the Clampetron. So that would actually be fine. Oh shit, nope. This is the wrong kind. This is universal storage, so this actually opens. That's not gonna do me any good. Damn. I need one with an internal cargo. Nah, fuck it. I just won't send up extra lenses. Because, I mean, the engineer that goes up to actually service this thing, he can just bring lenses with him. The downside is the lenses are fairly expensive, so if I send it up with lenses, for one, they're going to be the stage 1 lenses. We're going to have better and better lenses as we go, and we've already spent the money on the shittier lenses, so I think it'll be fine to not bring them. Okay, so do we want to go with SSTU docking clamps or Clampatron docking port juniors? I'm kind of okay with either one. I don't think that they're compatible, are they? It certainly looks like there's some clippage going on. So I guess the decision is, do we want to use SSTU docking clamps from now on? Because I wouldn't want to have multiple versions unless it comes to the size of the clamp. Juniors, seniors, the oversized, humongous docking ports, you know, that kind of a thing is unavoidable. But which one of these do I want to use for now? I think I might go with the stock one. Either way, they're both... we can radially attach either of them. I'm going to go with this one for now. And that'll just be an anchor point, really. Crew won't be like going into this fairing or into this or anything like that, but the vessel that brings the crew up, I do want it to have a way to anchor directly to this satellite. So that leads us to power. And what do we want to do for solar panels? I kind of like the look of boxing these in. Sometimes. And just kind of encase it in photovoltaic panels. Or we could do deploying ones. The advantage to deploying ones is that they can track the sun. But the disadvantage to the deploying solar panels is that the versions that I have right now cannot be retracted. We could just do a combo. This is going to use quite a bit of power at a time. Kind of 6 of one, half dozen of the other. I don't really give a shit which way we go. I think if I do add these though, I might, rather than use them as a shroud, which I do like to do because this is a very sensitive piece of equipment. If we actually point this at the sun, it'll be destroyed. The lens will fry. So making it look like it has additional shroud does look okay, in my opinion. And I actually kind of like how they attach to this structural piece here too. Because it does look like they're kind of bolted on, but bolted on with purpose. I want to move them out just far enough so that the back part of the sun shroud isn't clipping through. What about there? Yeah, it looks okay. It kind of looks like they were molded into that. Like it was designed to be that way. And then another one on the bottom, maybe? Just to kind of cover the shroud. I don't think they'll conflict with anything. Okay, what if we raise the diameter of the probe core then? Because it doesn't seem to want to let me terminate the fairing into the bottom of the telescope itself. It's a shame that it goes in steps. Oh, it doesn't. Sweet. pretty sure I should be able to terminate into the bottom of the probe core. I don't know, I'm not seeing it go blue for me. May have to have another step in there. Okay, now I should be able to reattach this. I was worried that the bottom of this panel was blocking me and not letting me add that. Do you think that these look like shit? Not a huge fan of those at the moment. I wonder if there's a way I can box the front part in too. Because I really would rather this not have any blind spots. But it's certainly not going to work. Just gonna move that out so that I can grab it. I look like dog shit. I'd prefer not to have the gaps, but that's not that bad. Then what do I do at the back? I didn't have symmetry enabled. Damn, I can't remember what the mod was. There's a mod that adds solar trusses, and there's a solar truss in particular that would fit just absolutely perfectly down the center of this gap without having to do a high part count vehicle using these little tiny ones. What are we talking here? Yeah, that's just not gonna work for me. But an antenna would work. And are you guys scalable? Negative. Oh shit, this one is though. Okay. And then on the bottom here, right above the light, how about a high gain antenna? Don't really like that. Still gonna use the high gain. But I want something for it to attach to. We do, Wacko. We have a CCAN favorite list. If you do exclamation point Discord or exclamation point mods, it'll bring up a Discord link. And then I've got everything all up to date with another optional patch for Remote Tech that we finished yesterday. You can grab all those in there. And then as we update them and everything, the newer version will be available there too. It just seemed like the best way, because I can just click and drag that. I don't have to like go to my own channel, go into the info panels, edit panels, add in links, add in a picture, you know, explain like you have to click on the picture or else the link won't do anything, you know. So I just kind of took the cop out and, and added it to the Discord. And then there's a very short list of things that you want to install manually. And if you have any questions, just let me know. Get y'all hooked up. I don't know what to do with this lower one. I think what I'm going to do is just not do this lower one. I think that's how that's going down. Hello, Legion. How are you? I don't know how we are yet. It's a little early in the day to tell. I think we're doing okay. I need to figure out something that I can put back there so that it doesn't look like such wasted space. Because when that deploys, it's just going to have a bare butt. So what do I want back here? I have that fairing in the way that's hiding everything. It's also, I tried to make it look like that's where the solar panels were attaching to the outside of the fairing, like a casing. So hopefully that'll work. I do want to disable staging. Why am I not seeing it? There. I could maybe slide some batteries back here. It is going to need a decent amount of power storage, right? Maybe another set down the line there. Now, would it make any sense to have external batteries on the face of this to the sides of the handles I think maybe actually the handles need to be repositioned to the top and the bottom, just so that that other handle isn't useless, and so that we can still maintain symmetry. So what if we use angle snap? I'm gonna put one there and one down here. That makes sense, right? And then I want an additional set of batteries. We want kind of as many as we can get. What do we think? I'm still not a huge fan of the open bottom skirt on this thing, though. She lost Jeb at a fatal plane crash? Oh no. Depending on your settings, though, don't worry, he'll be back. The problem with positioning one on the bottom there, another solar panel to kind of finish it off, is that it's so difficult for me to line it up with where the fuck that truss is gonna be, or the fairing is gonna be. Let's try it. I want this one to have an angle to it. Since it's going to be attached to an angled surface. I think what I'll do is just line it up with the bottom of the other two. Maybe no angle. Maybe no angle. But is it just floating out in midair? Yeah, it's way too far away from that fairing. I could make the fairing wider to compensate for that. I don't like it. Good morning, Sanjo. We're putting up our cacti telescope. Just trying to work on a design that we like for it. Ooh, I don't like those clipping into that. That'll actually solve one of our problems, though. Moving these outward. Because that will allow us to do more of an angle on these bottom ones, and maybe we can make that lower final one look a little bit better down here. It's a shame that I can't resize these. If I can make that a little bit skinnier, it's got a nice big truss that it's attached to. I suppose I could just leave it sunk back a bit though too, couldn't I? Leave it partially blocked by the enveloping solar panels. That might work. Mr. Gorm with the raid. What were you streaming today, Mr. Gorm? I don't think I've ever caught your streams before, Mr. Gorm. Why didn't you tell me you streamed? Thought we were friends. Good morning, sir. He's probably stuck in the land of advertisements. Twitch has been kind of stepping it up. What do you think about that last one? I think it looks okay, actually. I don't really mind it. And then for the bottom, just the standard solar panel, right? Doing some KSPs. Nice. How'd your playthrough go? It's a little too wide, isn't it? And this one's a little too small. So let's see if we can find an adequate size for these. It's 4-way symmetry versus a 6-way symmetry upper, unfortunately. But I don't know how else I could do it unless we stagger step them. I guess we could just, yeah, we could just stagger step them. How the hell would I do that though? I don't know of any way to do that because I basically want... We can figure this out. I want to install them 2 at a time. And this set would have to go here at an angle. Ooh, wait, what if I put them at more of a gradual angle? I wonder if that would look better. It's still gonna look a little fucked. 2-3 sets at 90 degrees. I think that's the ticket. Good thinking. Let's tear off this one. Let's figure out what angle we want that at first. Rather than facing like directly backward. And then we'll make a copy of it so that we can duplicate the angle. Oh yeah, you're doing beyond home? That looks so good. I like the connection there. I have a deep distaste for this one. Yeah, right in the middle we got a docking port so that we can come up and service this thing. See what it looks like with the second set. Maybe it won't be so bad. That won't do. Other than that corner, I'm actually fairly happy with it. It'll get partial exposure when facing directly away from the sun. We definitely don't need any solar panels that face forward though, because that would destroy the lens. Like, why would we have solar panels that would be in place knowing that facing it toward the sun that way would actually destroy it, right? Well, it's not so much that we don't have enough solar, it's that I want it to look like it's encased in solar panels if I can. It's totally aesthetics. I mean, 2 of these is more than enough. Just 2 of them off of the side. So I wanted to see what this would look like if we were to give it a little suit of solar. Oh, we might not stick with it, I don't know. I don't know. Looks kind of forced, doesn't it? I do want some sort of solar on the backside though, because this is the side that makes the most sense to be facing the sun. Maybe we get rid of these. They might come back. And maybe we put an angle on this lower set. And then we move them in. And then we just do tiny ones on the bottom. See if that looks any better. Two sets with radial symmetry on down here. Kinda dig it, it's just hard to tell where exactly that fairing's gonna end up. Might have to take it out to the pad and get a look at it. Oh, it's not what I wanted at all. I want this one, and I want this bar. Yeah, I've done pretty much all of them in mirrored because of the different sizes of the surfaces. I think these two can be swapped out for a set like this too. Oh, that door, huh? Damn it. Yeah, I see what you're saying though with the bottom set. Do it with radial. Definitely get a look at it. Don't think that I want the big ones. I was hoping to use the big ones on the back part because they reach almost all the way down. So I'm trying to make kind of like a little suit or skirt or whatever. Put that door there, I know, right? Why doesn't that pop off like every other door? Why isn't that attached with bolts? with a little lanyard so that it doesn't go flying away. Oh, and I have to match the offset of the lower one. Which actually just made that look a little bit better, I think. And then just a solar panel in the middle to hide the gap there. I mean, it won't look terrible. I do have to come a little bit further out too because of the fairing from the looks of it. I like what we've got down there. I need to figure out what we want to do on the front, though. And I'll probably have to put in a girder or something on the back of that for these to attach to, because right now it's just magic. I didn't notice that they weren't actually close enough to touch anything. So that shit's not gonna fly. So if we just did the bottom part with symmetry, like you were saying, 6-way symmetry, then we'd turn it about like that. We'd take these off, obviously. But what I'm wondering is, for the spacing, how would I connect these and these? You know what I mean? You thought you had OCD? I don't know what you're talking about. This is perfectly natural. This is what everyone does when they build a, when they build a little telescope, right? Fuck around with angles, match everything up. I'm sure of it. Can't be the only one. No, I think I like the look of these on the front, though. Do you think that I like that? Trying to get roughly the same angle as I have on the either side. Yeah. Birambakas. Sorry about what I just did to your poor name. Welcome to the stream. And then maybe just a spine of batteries back here. And then we'll put in that structural piece for up top. I think we could do a flank of batteries here, though. Because it doesn't quite cover the light, and that might look okay. And this one might be a little trickier. Because it's going to be popping out of the fairing, so hopefully that won't create any issues. I don't have KW rocketry. I know, jaw dropper, right? We're using SSTU, so it just didn't seem to be all that necessary. And I don't think I need to, well, I might move them outward a little bit, but I just want to take like a, some sort of a girder or something and put it on the back there. And that way it doesn't look like these are just floating out in midair. Floating out in mid-space, if you will. And what do we think about another set of batteries down here? Or just call it good? Just say, fuck it. I kind of dig it though. No clipping when we retract that. We'll have to take it out on the launch pad so that the fairing is actually solid, since it separates anytime my mouse gets near it. And I just want to look for any additional clipping. And then for the bottom, maybe just the smaller solar panels. Now that we do kind of have 6 different sets up top. Is there any way for me to space these where I'm not going to hate them? Because what I'm not liking is that from the top you're seeing the back of the panel. Yeah, I probably do have enough batteries, so I was thinking more looks. Would it look more realistic or whatever? Would it look better if it had more batteries? Yeah, I don't think I like that at all. I think fuck symmetry there. I think we just go with 4, and we just paste them to the surface of this. And then we immediately knock them off on our first attempt at docking to it. It's gonna be great. You think this is bad? You should have seen me put struts on back in the day before like KJR existed and all that. Oh, happy birthday! Happy birthday, Mr. Sanjo. Turned 30. Gonna get some bottomless mimosas. Oh, yeah. Enjoy your ruining orange juice. No, have fun. I'm not a huge fan, personally, of the mimosa. But hell, if they were bottomless, I guess eventually throughout the night you do become more and more of a fan, right? Needs gold or silver foil? That's true. That is true. I don't have it. Don't really have anything that I can do there. Should I give this a stand? Nah, fuck it. If we mess up the docking, we deserve for all of these to be broken, right? So what do we think? I kinda like it. There is one important part that I forgot, but I see a good spot for it. I think. I totally forgot some sort of omni antenna. So we could do an OPT that also kind of protrudes from the fairing. And nobody would really ever notice it, I don't think. You leave a telescope and come back to a work of art, right? That's what you were thinking? Work of art? Oh god. Whew, glad I noticed that. It's still offset a little bit, but it's supposed to be from one side to the other. Don't want an overbite between one and the other, though. are you trying to say? Ooh, this is an even better spot for that antenna. Come with me. Put it right there. That way it's not clipping through the fairing. Okay. So, unless I forgot something extremely important like monopropellant nozzles, which I totally did, we can take it out and at least get a look at it. Can't believe I forgot the fucking monopropellant nozzles. I have a can of monopropellant in there. I have a fairing for it. Forgot the goddamn nozzles, and we are using mandatory RCS, so it's not like it's an option to forget them. I want offset nozzles if I have them, so that I can do just a set of 2. It doesn't look like I do. I think all of ours are linear. Everything is in line. What the hell are you? Oh, okay, I see. I don't know what the hell's going on with these guys, but we're definitely not going to use them. Well, crap. You'd think out of all these nozzles, I would have one that was just the way that I wanted it, but nope. Which means I need 4 sets. Which makes me a sad danda. I'm gonna end up having to use RCS build aid to find my center mass and everything anyway. Fuck. Fix those textures, delete the 105 folder for mandatory RCS. I already have that open right here. Oh no, that's my desktop. Never mind. That one? The variants? I'm assuming that's the one that you mean. We'll have to relaunch before anything happens. Or will we? Here. Cacti one. We might be able to reload. Nah, we're gonna have to relaunch. Actually, this is not the cacti. This is the fungi. Fungi. Well, I don't want to relaunch at the moment. I would if they had the nozzles that I want. Basically with these nozzles, see how everything's lined up in a cross section? What I want is one with the lower nozzle offset a little bit, this nozzle offset a little bit, and if I had that, then this would be able to rotate with just two monopropellant nozzles. But the way it is now, I need a third nozzle. I can rotate like left to right and up and down, but I won't be able to rotate, or no, I would be able to do left and right with 2 nozzles, but I wouldn't be able to rotate up and down without an additional nozzle of some kind. I'm gonna see what it'll do if I just do 2. First I need to attach the little fucker. Come here. Yeah. Yeah, it'd be bone. Which is really gonna suck. Because there's no good place for me to put this. It needs to go like right inside of this thing here. So I'd have to move the batteries. Doesn't look like it would be too bad on the backside though. Nah, I don't like it. Shit, what am I gonna do? I guess I could just let it take ages to turn around. The only other option that I can think of is multiple sets, one set at the top and one set at the bottom. Wait, are you offset? No, you're not offset. Then how the hell am I going to add another set of those to the top? Because the top, as far as what I can attach to, is this. It's very imbalanced. And they're going to have a very high consumption. Which means I would need a larger can of RCS. Shit. I guess I should have started with these, shouldn't I? Yeah, I don't want that one, but I guess that'll be the easiest way to do it. With the little minis, I'll have to get rid of one of the handles. We're gonna have to balance them out a little bit. I need to move this outside of the fairing though. It's not gonna work. This is gonna have to go where that light is. Ooh, I can't attach these to the probe core. Interesting. We can make it look like we did, though. First, I gotta figure out where the fuck I want them, and then we'll balance them. Maybe not. That is not very good at all. It's because of my weight offset, because I have different parts on different sides of this. So, linear ports may do a little bit better. I was hoping that if I surrounded the center of mass and then adjusted the strength of them, that I'd be able to, overcome the weight offsets. But it doesn't look like it, does it? Trying to figure out where the hell to put this other Omni light to. Maybe here? Yeah, maybe there. it's as good as I'm gonna get it, I think. Let's go ahead and close this. Let's throw on a launch stability enhancer and go see if we have any clipping or anything. And then we'll throw it on the deployer. And we'll take it up into space and see how well it does. Basically, just a holding target. I want to take it out of the VAB so that the fairing isn't translucent and moving anytime my mouse gets close to it. This will make it static. Kind of okay with it. I could fiddle around with these a little bit more, but I don't think they're that bad. I don't see any part of the fairing underneath there actually sticking through any of the solar panels, so I'm happy. And I think we're pretty well good to go. I'm going to put a headlight on it. And I'm also going to put some docking lights. And then we're going to try to throw it up into space. See how she does. That was one thing that I really hadn't considered. Like, telescopes, when you can only maneuver them through RCS, are gonna be a fucking bitch. Ooh, I guess can't move those subsurface. Alright, so we need a fairing. We're gonna wait for the actual payload, and then we're gonna use our previous deployer and see how well it does. Come on, baby. I know I can dead end into the bottom of another fairing plate. It's not gonna work right. I forgot a step. That'll work right. Come on. Come on, you can do it. Okay, maybe I'll just have to go wide and do it like that. Fuck it. Frick it. Now, because of the size of the payload, it does look like we're a little bit low on DV, doesn't it? Ooh, maybe not. We're going to be very close, but I won't have enough power to move it into its final orbit. So what I might end up having to do is actually add a maneuvering stage, and then we'll do a radial docking port. because yeah, this might need an actual deployer stage. I don't know if this one's going to do the trick. I don't think it's going to matter for this test, though. Even if we don't get it into an actual orbit, that shouldn't matter for this test. These little guys are going to have to be offset to allow for the larger fairing for the final payload there. Or, well, I did go kind of wide, didn't I? Fucker. .73 tons, that's not much narrower, but it would allow for me to move those up. TWR starting at a 1.5 still, so that's fine. We want to ignite the sticker staging. We want to ignite the 3 SRBs and the main liquid fuel engine. When we separate from those, we fire our ants at full power to move that away from us. And I might go and redo that as soon as we get an adequate solid rocket booster. Then the inner stage fairing and lower stage separation, followed by ignition of the upper stage engine. Then we can get rid of... I don't want to get rid of that one until the decoupling. Where is this decoupler at? Oh, what are you doing way up there, dude? You get down there. Those will fire at the same time. This fairing, though, we're going to be able to get rid of that before we get rid of the bottom stage. So it'll come after we get rid of the solid rocket boosters, but before we get rid of this. I think. Fuck it. Let's take it up for a test, see how she does. Hopefully we're able to maintain a connection. We do have to have a connection to do any kind of maneuvering with this thing, too. And I guess I want to go a little bit higher. I don't want to overheat our solar panels. I don't know, we'll fiddle with it. So, throttle all the way up. Let's get all of our staging information out. 3, 2, 1, go! Okay, so liquid stage cutoff, we've used about 20% maybe of our fuel in the liquid stage. Approaching 4 kilometers of actual altitude. Apoapsis is just out in front. Surface speed approaching 250 meters a second. There's our 300 at about 8,000 meters. Let's go ahead and start to lean. Down to less than half fuel in our solid rocket boosters. AP at 27 kilometers. AP just past 45K, 50K, 55, down to about 15% fuel. We're at a 30-degree angle with an AP approaching 70. And I'm gonna hold here, I think. Nah, I'm gonna have to ankle down a little bit further. Fire the main stage. Separate from those guys. Oh, come on. Damn it. Alright, so I have to redo the ant separation part of that. There's nothing that I can really do with the rest of this test flight from just a ballistics re-entry. I don't think. Our AP is just above 80, so we're still going to be in the upper atmosphere. It's not really going to do me any good. Yeah, I can't think of anything else that I can do with this other than revert and take care of the little separator engines. They didn't do dick. I think I'm going to throw a mostly empty, whatever our smallest solid rocket booster is. It's a 1.65 ton. That's only half a ton. So the tank that we're using right now is 1/10 of a ton. And then that little ant engine, how much does that weigh? Because I want this to weigh about the same. So 0.03 altogether, somewhere around there. Yeah, it wouldn't hurt, but they're as tall as they are, they're gonna need something else. Get rid of that little fucker. I really wish that I could size this. Well, I guess I can a little bit. Oh, nice. That'll actually do it. What is support? It's like it's a piece somewhere in there. I have no idea what that does. I think these will work just fine. I wonder where center of dry mass is on these. Because we could probably get away with just one. But like you're saying with your suggestion, it's the top that matters the most. Trying to see if the tank is actually in the nozzle for these. Don't know if it is or not, but I can't see it, so let's assume that it'll be okay. And don't think that we need full fuel on those. I don't know what the burn time would actually be on these right at the moment. Why does this have electric charge? I'm totally new to SSTU, so I don't know what half of this shit does yet. Oh, even better. 1.3 solid fuel in that now. And that's about as small as I think I can get it. Basically has no core. But like I said, I just need a little poof out of it. Hello? Give me an arrow. Thank you. Okay, and that just goes with the decouplers. I totally get what you're saying with moving the decouplers up to the top. It's going to look funky, and I don't think that the ejection force from this decoupler is actually going to be enough to move it all the way away. So that's why I continue to leave it on the other side of the center of mass, and then I'm trying to add something that's actually propulsive to physically push it a little further away in conjunction with that. Because ideally I would like for the whole thing to stay parallel and just fuck off. So let's see how that goes. It's a shame that you can't attach to two decouplers though, because a decoupler at the top and a decoupler at the bottom would be perfect. So I'm just gonna fire it. 3, 2, 1, go. We'll let it run out of fuel, and then we'll see how the separation goes. And I'm gonna want to update the other versions of this to use the solid rocket booster in there if it does work out fine. KW, I think, is what gave me the Ullage motors that I like to use for this. And they work freaking perfectly. I just need a little tiny solid rocket booster to be able to duplicate that result. Alright, so that's about our 350 meter per second surface speed. Let's go ahead and start into a gravity turn here. No, unfortunately not the right kind of beer, just a root beer. Probably no beer until my Sunday, which is Tuesday for the real world. Really? Root beer upsets your stomach? Thank goodness I haven't had a problem with that. Usually I go cream soda, but when they're out of cream soda, I do root beer. Any kind of non-caffeinated soda would do, though. Let's go ahead and fire up the main engine. It's not a whole lot of thrust out of those. It did kind of work. It wasn't pretty, though, was it? I guess I can move them up to the tip. Maybe I'll move those to the bottom and move the decoupler to the top and see if it works out any better. Okay, let's get rid of that fairing. I think it's safe. We're up above 60 kilometers. I was a little bit worried about our equipment, but I think it'll be okay. Let's go and get pivoted around. AP is at 93. Final apoapsis is actually... Final AP and PE are actually set by a contract, so I'm not sure what to aim for. I think pretty much anything is going to work. So I'm not really worrying too much about anything other than developing horizontal velocity. I'd like to put retro rockets on this too to help it separate. Fuck. So just throttle up a little bit and see if maybe it won't be destroyed. Okay, that'll work. And it looks like I might need an inline stabilizer for the upper stage now as well, because of the odd shape of the payload. So I'm going to stay horizontal as we approach AP. Can I bring up the... Nah, I can't bring all that information up in here. That'd be so nice. I need to just say fuck it and throw the chip from Kerbal Engineer in and get all that configured. But our main concern for this flight is to figure out how much delta V we're going to have when we establish orbit, and if the payload is small enough for us to establish orbit with this deployer. And if not, the easiest thing for us to do is to add an extra solid rocket booster. Gas goes out as fast as it goes in. We're at a negative 500 kilometer periapsis, so I'm going to nose down. I want to get a little closer to AP. And then we'll maintain altitude and circularize unless we run out of fuel. She's a little jumpy. She's only under gimbal control right now. So that's going to leave me with a nasty ass orbit, but we did establish an orbit at 104 and 95.5. And this is the orbit that they want us to get this thing into. So I don't think that we're going to have anywhere near enough DV for that. We can kind of figure it out though. So we know that the end result, it's a matter of where we fire, but we know that the end result is going to be 5.46 and 3.8. So if I just hold prograde, and we're going to have to use our little monopropellant nozzles to do that. So that's another problem. I may need to add more monopropellant for actually positioning it, and then that way I can reserve the monopropellant that's actually in the telescope for using the telescope. Oh, it has a chipless version too? I know there was a mod for it that I used to use that saves you the part. It was MechJeb and Engineer for All. I might grab it, but now that we don't have the part limitation, but I prefer not to use it until I don't have the part limitation. And I think I just want this pointed at Kerbin, but I can't remember what the... Shit. I can't remember what the angle is on this one. Well, it looks like it's about 45 degrees, so that'll probably be okay. Right now we're communicating through the Omni antenna. But once we get this up there, I'm going to want it to be able to communicate with multiple different sites, so that's why I didn't pick a specific target. That way, if the satellite's over here, it'll still be able to talk to the desert launch site, and potentially Woomerang as well, rather than having to wait for a connection to KSC if we're outside of Omni range. Okay, so we're finally on freaking prograde. Yeah, we don't have enough fuel. And I don't have the ability to make a maneuver node yet. Otherwise, I would just use a maneuver node to find out exactly how much delta V. Be maybe a third maneuver node to adjust for angle. But I would place my maneuver node here. I would match AP, and then I would place a second maneuver node all the way out here at AP to match PE, and that would tell me exactly what DV I need. Right now we're using a monopropellant, so I don't know how short we are, but we're pretty fucking short. But I'd be short, and what I really want to do is conserve fuel on this stage. So we can revert. I'm also seeing an issue with leaving this up there without a probe core on the maneuvering stage, so that the maneuvering stage can deorbit itself. I hadn't thought that through. Kind of screwed the pooch on that one. So let's take our tail fins. Let's reattach them in four-way symmetry at a 45-degree angle. Then we'll grab the decoupler for one of our solid rocket boosters. The game will calm the fuck down. I want to get a look at the bottom here so I can reattach them without having to move them later. I'm going to go up to 4 solid rocket boosters. And we have plenty of power in them. So I want to set up a staggered staging for them. I'm going to see if that helps at all. But it might not. So what I want to do is... I could even add some additional control surfaces, but the two that are to the east and the west, I want to get rid of them first. So I guess actually I need to redo this, because I can't break symmetry once I've placed them. We'll use these as a guideline for where to reattach them. Or not, I forgot. They're all going to come off. I want to attach 2 of these. And then 2 opposite. I'm lining them up, the tip of the nose with this, the plate of the fairing. So hopefully they're somewhat aligned down here. So, what I want to do, the reason that I will put them on in 2 and 2, is so that I can take the set that's to the east and west and increase the power. I'll just set it at a generic 75. Then I want to balance that out by decreasing the power in the 2 that'll be alongside of us, so that we can get more out of them. And so that we're losing the weight of 2 of the shells of our solid rocket boosters during the ascent, rather than losing all 4 of them at the same time. So we still want to fire all of them at right away at the launch, but then this stage, I want to separate from the 2 that are facing east and west first. These 2. The one that would be underneath us and above us when we start into our gravity turn. And that'll also have these with it. Those 2 go first, then the second set. And then I think we're going to get better performance out of the total 4 solid rocket boosters. And we'll have a longer amount of time where we don't need to run the liquid fuel engine on the bottom. Then we get rid of our fairing. It's probably going to happen after we get rid of all of the boosters, even with the lower thrust on the 2. And it's okay if we're a little high on our initial thrust to weight ratio, because that just equates to turning off the liquid fuel engine that much sooner. So as far as the rest of the staging, it actually looks pretty good. Is it? I don't think so. I definitely, if I'm going to turn to the east, I want to get rid of the solid rocket booster that's going to be up above me when I've turned to the side. This is the direction that we're going to turn. So if I'm heading for horizontal, I don't want this one up there. These 2 will fall away safely. These are the first 2 that I want to get rid of. The ones to the east and the west. The one that'll be below me and the one that'll be above me. Plus our thrust. If we go and start to cut our vessel in half in the direction, parallel with the direction that we're going to turn, I want all of my thrust to be even along the center line, rather than one of these rockets to be at a slightly higher elevation than the lower one. I think we're going the right way. Let's just take it out and see what happens. Because by the time we get rid of the second set, we'll already hopefully be into a little bit of our gravity turn. It'll also allow us an option of throwing some control surfaces that will help us out with pitch control on the one that is to the north and the south, as we turn over to the east, so that they're on the sides of us like a plane. Whereas if we were to throw control surfaces here, that would help with yaw, with left and right, but it wouldn't really help us with maintaining our angle as we turn to the east, right? Throttle up. Get all our info. 3, 2, 1, go. Start out with a much higher thrust to weight ratio right off the pad. So we'll use a little bit of our fuel to help it get up to speed a little bit more quickly, but we'll kill it right off. I could probably take the more powerful set down even further. And I'm kind of hoping that the first set disconnects before I go into my gravity turn. It's getting up there, isn't it, Euphorus? If it wasn't for the length of them, then I don't think it would matter which one we get rid of first. Holy shit, we're already at 400 meters a second. So we're going to start into our gravity turn even earlier than I'd hoped. AP is at 30. Oh god, keep going. Private Paula with a gift sub to Mr. Eli. How kind. Thank you. Eli is already and will forever remain in the badasses. Ooh. See, that's why I wanted to get rid of that one first, because it's going to be even more dangerous later on when we're laying directly over sideways. Whereas these guys should just fall away. I was really hoping to get rid of those while we were still perfectly upright, though. So it didn't exactly go to plan. Goof time zone to you too. No, good time zone. You made his gifted sub a monthly one? Did you really? Aww. What do we have? 57? I'm afraid to get rid of our fairing before we get rid of these guys. We've already got our AP right where we want it. Let's go ahead and throttle up. Gain control and stabilize. Separate from those two. Immediately get rid of our fairing. And keep on pushing. We're already at about, like, somewhere around 2/3 of our orbital velocity, I think. Oh no, we're coming up on half, yeah. We want to get pretty high. I can't remember exactly what it is. Yeah, you want to get Mike and Toasty high, that's right. It's something like 1,000,000 and, here, we should have some time. We have to get up to 3.8 million and 5.4 million for to satisfy the contract. Personally, though, if I didn't have a contract that wanted this telescope, like the one that we actually put up that we're going to use, I'm probably going to try to put into a polar orbit. Make a Toasty how you can beat. I don't know, that man's pretty high. Of course, I can't really speak to the quality of the... Get that up. Of what you're smoking. Sure, it's pretty damn good shit. Go ahead and separate. I want to cut throttle. Ignite the engine. And accidentally blow up our fucking parachutes. Was that our parachutes or was that the decoupler? I think it was the decoupler. Okay, we're good. We're good. Let me just unship my pants. We're fine. It's having a real hell of a time staying on target here. So I need another reaction wheel for this. Yeah, I think I'm going to just go ahead and do it now. I'm totally happy with everything else that's going on here. I think we're going to have enough fuel to accomplish the mission. I want to add a little bit of monopropellant to the upper stage and an inline stabilizer. Or, actually, I don't know if that's really going to matter. Oh, thank you for the good vibes, Paula. My goodness, I feel like it's my birthday. Far too kind. Trying to decide whether I want this within the fairing or not. I'm also trying to decide whether I really give a shit about this second fairing now. It does save us a little bit of weight. I guess it's okay. That one's a little too little. These can't hold monopropellant. Is that actually going to be enough? I have a feeling it's not. It's 120 units of monopropellant. Then on top of that, this one... Let's see. Do we have action groups now? We do. So, for custom 1... Oh wait, maybe we don't. There we go. Toggle RCS thrust. Why are these here? Why is there a custom 1 through 4 on top of the custom 1 through 0? Oh, are you trying to farm up the left wing? They do look really good with reeds, though. Let's see if I don't think I have that one yet. The chicken with the right wing. Oh, okay. Okay, it does say controllers down here. Probably has something to do with that then, huh? So I want these to start out deactivated, because I don't want us to use any of the RCS in the upper stage. So none of that. Then I don't know if there's actually a way for me to keep the bottom of the vessel, because I think RCS might be shared across the entire vessel. I do, and at the moment we're playing with USI, but we might switch it out for snacks. And if we go with snacks, then we'll probably also go with Kerbal Health. But at the moment we're just using USI and we're not using Kerbal Health. Which one are you looking into? They're all pretty fucking fun. 1.6, that's a 1 ton. Oh, thank you for the host, Private Paula. Forgive me while I look for a damn solid rocket booster that I can use for a retro rocket. Because it's taken forever for this lower stage to piss off. I think 2 is probably enough. Just want enough of an SRB to get a little poof out of it. The hell has happened there? I put 2 of them on in the same spot? Just reposition that. A little bit lower onto the tank, maybe it'll work better. Definitely not perfect. I do miss my Ullage motors from KW Rocketry for sure. Is that off? Fuck me. Thankfully it'll maintain the angle, but I didn't actually attach it at a 90 degree. This is a little bit off. No one ever comes by on your channel since you don't stream? That's true, yeah. It definitely does help. Nothing encourages viewers like actually streaming. I think that is a very safe assumption and statement. I would really like to have this internal. Wonder if I can do it. So I can't make that any smaller. What if I make it taller then? It's gonna cost me a little bit more delta V for the fairing though. And those little puppies will fire when the decoupler at stage 3 and the interstage fairing fires. So these just go right up to there. Because that's a stage where I have to like wait and then I slowly throttle up so that we can move away, and the last time that we did it actually burned up the decoupler there. So I think I'd just rather throw something in there for now. ISP is shit and you're bad at games? I don't see the problem. I think that sounds like every other streamer that I know of. So maybe those few lucky ones that have some of that amazing new fiber that's trying to compete with Google Fiber. Those guys, they got good internet. Even when mine's working right, I don't like it. And we could always increase that to 4, but let's see how that does. So now that we have this in, really I just think that we need linear monopropellant nozzles. I think that they'll be just fine. And I want to go with the more powerful ones. I think that'll be all we need to hold target. But I do need to make sure that we're not going to use up any of the monopropellant in the upper can there. We don't want that. So, one other little thing that I want to do is separate from here so that I don't have to reorient the payload. It's starting to annoy me. I'm going to go and face it toward the east. And then just reattach that. So, staging. Looks good. One other minor change. Ooh, fairing kind of fucked off though. Hey, come back. Fairing, come back. Any of the other ones mess up? Nope. Other ones look okay. So the only other thing that I wanted to change is this one's down to a thrust power of 2. Let's take this one down to a thrust power of like 40. Actually, you know, honestly, I think I want those to separate sooner. I think I'm just gonna go 100 on those. Let's lower this down to 1. It's barely gonna do anything, but they're big enough that I think it's gonna be fine. And then I am a little tempted to put the additional control surfaces on the outside of this, But let's see how this acts. Hopefully our staging's okay. I didn't really go over the whole thing. I think it'll be alright. If it didn't mess up the first three stages, can't imagine it messed up much. Gotta get 1 gigabit fiber maybe by next summer. Oh, there you go. Then you gotta stream, right? Throttle up. Let's get our info out. Just looking over it, it looks about right. We don't have like 2 fairings anywhere. Ooh, nope. We do have an issue. That needs its own stage. So remind me to fix 3 and 2. Two needs to be separated, and the fairing needs to go down to 4. Or sorry, yeah, down to 4. Because I don't think we need that fairing on, as long as we're gonna be burning this center stage. All right, test flight go. SAS on, throttle all the way up. All of our information is up except for this. 3, 2, 1, go. Should be a fairly quick ascent. Thank you, Paula. Oh, and I have my, damn it, I have my probe core upside down, so I actually have to nose up to turn downward into our gravity turn. Because I didn't think that through very well. I should have disconnected just above and just below the probe core and left it in its default orientation. Thankfully we noticed before it came back to bite us, though. I'm just gonna dive right into our gravity turn, because this thing is powerful now. Nope. I gotta do something about that shit. I'm tempted just to add KW rocketry to get the fucking motors that I'm used to using. Yeah, this is PC. If you mean personal computer. I don't know about politically correct most of the time. Because these just aren't doing the fucking trick. That a mem penis connect? I don't think so. I heard that they really improved it for the Xbox, and I think that the Xbox now has some Xbox-only content that we didn't get on the PC as well. But I can't really speak to, you know, how good it is. I really don't know. I haven't had a console in quite some time. And then so that I don't have to redo anything on these ones, I'm just gonna copy the part and put these in independently. Oh yeah, these are little solid fuel rockets. Sorry about that. Hopefully, they'll do a better job than these little solid fuel rockets for this purpose. I think I'm gonna get rid of these fuckers too. Now, if I could resize these, I would make them far smaller. But what I can do is just take out most of the fuel. Just need a little burst out of them. And even less of a burst out of these. But I would lower the size of the can to do that if I could. Fortunately, not an option. These are from restock, so I've never actually used them before. Oh man, I screwed the pooch in every which way on that one. I didn't attach them right. Don't have the right angle. Come here. Yeah, we'll definitely get the staging. I didn't anticipate any issues, but that's usually when they crop up, right? I'll just put it this way. See what we're trying to do here? Put some retro rockets in. I'm hoping that they're not too long for it. Because I don't want them popping out lower down on the rocket either. Okay, that's probably going to explode when I fire them, but we'll see. I keep moving my mouse away so that I can see where the fairing is going to rest. I think that might be okay, right there. Maybe down just a smidge. Might do. Okay, so now we have to go over all of our staging. That's what she said. Yeah, there are quite a few different ways. A drogue chute at the bottom might do a pretty good job too. Because I'm not so sure about these. I wonder... I'm not gonna like the look of it as much, but I definitely hate the look of this. Wonder if it'd be better just to do that. Could even go with a different nose cone. Kind of ruins the aerodynamics though, doesn't it? Oh, you're right, we gotta get the core. Can't remember where we put the damn core. Okay, it's right there. I think I might have done that right. Not sure. Okay, so from top to bottom, we want our main engine and both sets of boosters as stage 1. We want to get rid of the east and west facing solid rocket boosters first, and that'll also entail this set of SRBs, so that one's fine. Then we have the north and south, and that'll be these guys. Then our interstage fairing, the decoupler, and these final 2 retro rockets to move that main lifter away from us so that we can immediately fire our engine. I'm still going to leave it in its own stage though. Stage 2 needs to be separated out because the top fairing is going to be right there. Then we fire the upper engine after we stage the interstage fairing, fire the retro rockets, and separate from the main lifter. And then our final separation here. And I do need to reconfigure that, but let's get a test flight in and see how she goes first. Because I need to throw an antenna. This basically needs to become an independent vessel so that it can go and deliver the satellite to what we're being paid to deliver it to, and then deorbit itself and leave the satellite up there. So hopefully we're okay. Add a hinge to the nose cone and move it out of the way before firing the solid rocket boosters. Actually, if we just added a hinge underneath the nose cone, just moving it out of the way would probably be enough drag to pull it out of the way, too. I haven't tried the hinges yet. Might give it a shot. Well, let's see what happens. I'm not going to worry about any of the delta information. We're just going to go straight off of AP and PE for this one. So I cut the liquid fuel engine already. I put the probe core in completely backwards. That's the one thing that I do kind of wish I had on the SSTU probe core, is just a marker. If it would give me a marker to show me where default orientation is, then it'd be a little bit less confusing. Like with the octo and the hex, they have like a name tag, and you can go off of that. The SST ones, I didn't notice any imperfection. They're just like a solid black or a solid white or striped or whatever. Oh, it does have one? Okay. I gotta look more closely then. It only makes sense that it would, right? Oh yeah. It's quite a bit better than what we had before. Actually, maybe I do want our DV. Okay, thrust to weight ratio is over 2. Excellent. I did go a little bit aggressive on that one, so I'm going to delay here at about a 35-degree angle while we keep pushing with our last SRBs. These have their thrust limiters cranked like all the way up. Like there's barely anything coming out of these, and it's still more than enough to lift us. Free lift. Okay, now we'll start cutting it down to horizontal. AP is just past 70. Our goal is at least 85. Change the inside width. You need to be able to read more of what's on it. Okay. The rest of it looks fine. But I did screw the pooch on the nav ball with the orientation of the what's it. So even if we were to fail the rest of this, there are a few things that we can test this time. I want to continue to push AP up, and I would actually like for it to rise a little bit more quickly. We're at about 70k. AP is just now getting up to 85 because I turned in toward the horizon way sooner than I probably should have. So there's our 90, and I'm okay with it continuing to rise. Normally I would go into a negative angle to try and control it a little bit more, but I don't think it's going to matter this time. We're at about 82. When we hit 85, I want to get my antenna up and running. Gonna turn on our lights too, because why not? We got them. Okay, and what I'm curious about here, when I'm firing this, am I draining monopropellant from the satellite? Perfect, I'm not. Excellent. Because our payload's all kinds of wonky, like see all that waving? I was hoping that the linear thrusters would help with that a little bit. I think I'm going to need more of them. I think I'm going to have to go with an actual RCS block rather than just a linear jet. Okay, we're going to be in all kinds of fucked orbit if I don't get closer to AP. And apparently we're going to be in all kinds of a fucked orbit anyway. 106 and 95. So from here, how much fuel do we have left? And would we be able to get this up to where it needs to be? I don't think so. We don't have a whole hell of a lot more fuel than we had the last time that we tried this. So now we need to work on the upper stage. And I think the ticket might just be a separate travel stage. Just a tiny little highly efficient non-atmospheric only engine for this guy up here. Just to get him to where he needs to be. And I do want to add a probe core to this like I was talking about so that this can deorbit itself. But depending on the travel stage there, see this extra fuel that we have right now, that can all go toward carrying a higher payload, another engine, a little bit more fuel, so that this can maneuver itself. But then we're also looking at a little bit more monopropellant for it to actually stay on course, because we do have mandatory RCS, so reaction wheel is not going to do the trick. And we have quite a bit of offset, weight offset, and part drag. I guess part drag doesn't matter once we get out of the atmosphere. Just the weight offset of all the shit that I've got on that thing. So these little guys gotta go. And we're gonna upgrade them to just 4-way thruster blocks. Do we not have the standard thruster block? It doesn't look like it. Let's use these. I'm a little nervous about those being torn off by the fairing. I'm gonna move them up a little bit so that it's not a problem. Okay, now it should be a hell of a lot more accurate once we do get up there. Let's go ahead and delete this fairing. If I had an angled monopropellant tank, I would get rid of that one entirely. Let's take care of this problem too real quick. Oh, okay, yeah, I can kind of read it. I can see that there's something written there. There we go. Now front's facing forward. And then we just dress it back up. Cool. So this fairing disappeared, and that might be a problem. Because I have, like, batteries and shit in the way. Whoa, okay, something ain't on, right? There we go. Let's see if I can build this again. So I'll probably have to take off all that extra crap. Don't think it's going to let me place the fairing with it in the way, and then we can re-add it after the fact. Can't remember, did I have to do a flare out here? Well, let me put it there. The whole point was to cover up this damn tank that I can't recolor. I could definitely live with that if it would let me finish it. Now that would just be an explosion waiting to happen if it were a fairing that I'm actually staging, but we're just using it to cover up the color of that tank. So it should be fine. Hurry. Oh, you gave Dandroid a sub. How kind. Thank you. I need to just remember to go in and take away his ability to or take away his attempt to use my emotes, or get the little shit a sub little sticker around, you know. Very kind of you, though. Thank you. So sad that the poor bot can't use the emotes. Sorry. Didn't mean to play on the pity card there. Yeah, I think tomorrow I'm going to add in KW rocketry. We're going to get rid of these outrageously ugly retro rockets and put in some nice sleek little Ullage motors that'll do the job. Because you can't tweak scale them. If I could tweak scale them, I'd just make them, you know, super tiny, and then they would work out just perfect. But at the moment, I don't have one I can do it with. I know that I have like 8 different options with KW though. Alright, so this fairing can actually go, or I can put the probe core underneath it. I think we'd rather have it on the top. There's nothing that could potentially damage it or anything like that. We're definitely going to have to check our staging after we're done fucking around here. I want... probably just another SSCU, I guess. Since it's fairly low profile. And in addition to that, I do need all the regular fixins that that a growing probe core needs. So we're gonna want some sort of bay that's about the same size. And inside of that, we need some batteries. We could also give it solar panels so that it can generate its own power. But I think the batteries are going to be adequate. We just have to make sure that we deorbit it as soon as possible once it's staged from the upper stage there, from the payload. So we do start kind of a timer at that point. So those will be fine. An Omni antenna should be more than adequate. Go ahead and close that up. Oh yeah, that's not for color. That's for the end caps. I thought I could do just a straight shot at it, but I guess I'd have to have a cross section in here somewhere. Whatever works. Come on, you finicky little shit. There we go. And then for the upper payload, what do we want to do for propulsion? We kind of need engines, something like the Ant, something that we can position ourselves. Because we still want the docking port right on the bottom, unless we go radial with it. Trying to think of a way to do this without destroying all the things. We could go for monopropellant maneuvering engines too. Because the Ant's going to require liquid fuel and oxidizer. I've never tried this before, but I'm curious. If I put a light in the middle there, will that block it from docking? Probably, right? So that'll give it its own 163. That's not that good. The thrust to weight ratio is shit, but it doesn't really matter. It's burn time that matters for this more than anything. Is that gonna clip through into this? I'm looking to not ruin the overall aesthetic that we've come up with here, which is why I'm just throwing them internal. Yeah, the ant's just not gonna cut it. Damn. I'm kind of thinking, what if we put an engine on a hinge? Actually, it'd be smarter to put the docking port on a hinge. Needs to be scaled. Doesn't look like they can be scaled. Trying to think of how to make this work. And what do these parts do if we have them, like, internal? Death and destruction? Because this isn't a crew passable docking port. So I'm wondering if I can move it out of the way to expose an engine. Fuck it, we'll just do it radial, I guess. It's just no good place for it. If Kerbal inventory and attachment system were working, I wouldn't really even worry about it because we could just go out and tether to it. So we could just launch it with an anchor somewhere for us to attach to. And then our engineers could quickly come out, swap out the lens, and come on back home. Don't think I like that though. Unfortunately. Plus that still only gives it about 311 delta V. Okay, so let's get rid of you and you. let's give you a decent sized can of monopropellant. And it doesn't matter that it's clipping into all that quite yet. And what about an orbital maneuvering engine? Now we're talking 860 meters a second of delta V with just a single engine and only a 3.5 minute burn time. Ah, and one that I hadn't actually considered yet was the Sky Crane too. I wonder if that's tweakable. Damn it, doesn't look like it is. Because that would be perfect. Since the engines just extend out from the side, I could stack that right above the docking port, and as long as it's clear, it actually has a decent thrust to weight ratio too. It's made for taking equipment and setting it down on the surface of the planet. Oh, here we go. Thuds can be scaled down. Thuds are actually very powerful as well. So we're looking at 859 DV with an orbital maneuvering engine, and with the only downside to that engine being that it is going to consume monopropellant. And then we need our Oscar tanks back, or some sort of a tank that I can move internal. Actually, honestly, they're just too powerful. What if we go down to 2 of them? It's just not as good as the orbital maneuvering engine. No coffee. Oh no. Abort! Run away! Thinking that the docking port can go in between these lower solar panels right on the other side of the folded high gain antenna. We would dock to the back side of it, which isn't terrible. Our engineers would have to move around to the front side to do any work, which might be a pain in the ass when it comes to tools. But it would allow for us to use the orbital maneuvering engine and pack in the extra monopropellant. And I think I could actually fit 2 tanks in there if I really wanted to. Fine, now you got a nice buzz going. GG. Okay, so since this isn't crew passable, the docking port, any kind of a structural surface attached piece will do the trick. The battery's gonna have to go. Let's go ahead and fold this up, or deploy it. Sorry, battery. Trying to get an idea of how large of a piece I need. Nothing too big. I don't think that I have any round pieces that are going to be that size that would make sense. Thinking something like that. And then just move it down to where it just barely doesn't clip into those solar panels. It's really a shit spot, though. Don't see much in the way of another option, though. I guess I could scale this down. That would be another option. And then we go with 4 of those. And leave the docking port right in the middle, rather than an engine nozzle. Can I scale down an Oscar B? To use it as a place to mount them. Apparently, I can. So we're talking an 8-minute burn time if I go with something that's that tiny. What if we change the mount and go with something a little bit bigger? Because it does have a compact mount. So we can still get over 1000 DV, and we can lower our burn time to about 3 minutes. Perfect. Hello? I want to move them inward. That's not local. Okay. Huh. Why won't this give me a 45? Hello? Okay, so to get around that, I guess what I'll have to do... If I pick up that fucking shell, I'm gonna have to rebuild that fairing again. That's the only thing that's making me hesitate here. Because if I rotated this, then I should be okay, right? Because I just want to move these in. But I want to move them in with symmetry. And this should give me a 90... Or, sorry, a 45 degree angle so that I can essentially just move them, like, directly in from this angle. But I'm not sure why my offset won't do it. What's your problem, offset? Here, what if we tried it with angle snap? Then if we go in 1 and in 1, we're back to neutral. That sucks, though. No, it's still off. Okay, so something about the way that I attached the tank was fucked. That's gotta be what it is. So let's grab these little guys. Let's get rid of that little guy. Let's go grab a fresh one. And let's see if I can do this without fucking it up. An engine plate would be really handy right now. Okay, I think I see what the problem is. The way that I attached it was actually side attached. So what I need to do is attach them to the side so that they're facing downward. Then I can add these guys. I think we're on a roll. I think we got this. And apparently this one I can't resize. Of course not. So I gotta swap it back out for this one. Cooking with gas now. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Now my move tool will give me the right fucking angle. That's all I wanted. A lot of work for a docking port. Okay, and docking port light. Hopefully we'll fit in the middle here. Great. That can go. Our battery can come back. And we're fucking ready to roll, finally. Holy crap, that took too long. I just want that battery back far enough so that it's not going to block that nozzle. Let's see how it looks with the fairing. It looks like it's just about right with the surface of the fairing. Okay, second question. Will the orbital maneuvering engine vector, it does have gimbal. Sweet. So they shouldn't do too bad of a job at keeping us on target. Oh, fuck. Wait a minute, the Oscar B is gonna have liquid fuel. I've made a mistake. That's okay. Should be an easy one to fix. Because I don't think I can make this carry monopropellant. Nope. So that would just be a waste. Starting to disassemble the doors. Yeah, mine do that too. But I don't let mine outside anymore. Because of we do have a busy street that's like just a house away. They used to be outdoor cats, had a nice big tall vinyl fence. And so they've kind of gotten used to it. They've resigned to their fate, I guess. They don't seem anywhere near as pissy about it as when we first moved here. They're not happy campers. I need a monopropellant can that I can resize. There we go, baby. Otherwise, we're just carrying around excess fuel that nothing on this vessel can use. On this satellite, anyway. It's not much of a vessel. Well, that was super fast. Alright, so we do have to switch one or two things up to allow for the extra engines there. We need a bit of a standoff. This decoupler is going to need to be far smaller so that it can clear all that. I think I'm going to leave the thickness as high as it is. I think it looks okay. I don't think I have a round structural part that that's going to be perfect for this. But I think that'll work. And then that mounts to that. Let's see how it goes. I was telling Deb that I was hoping to get to the moon today. All I've done is kick off space tourism and work on this one fucking satellite that took way longer than it should have. But I think we're cooking with fire now. We just added over 1,000 Delta V to the final stage of this. So as long as we can get it up into orbit, I'm pretty sure that it can put itself into position now. And the other upside is if we end up needing to deorbit the little shit, it can bring itself back into a lower orbit, potentially. Yeah, we gotta check the staging for sure. Everything's gonna be all fucked now. So, main liquid fuel, main liquid engine ignition, and all of our SRBs. I could actually just take that out of that, but it's fine. We can launch at 0 throttle now. Then we got east and west separation with retro rockets or separation rockets. Then we have north and south. Then we have our main fairing. Then we have our interstage fairing, 2 retro rockets associated with that. Fire up the next stage. We've improved the nozzles on that stage. So hopefully it'll be a little bit more accurate now. It'll be able to hold itself on target a little bit better. Then we have the separation of the payload. And then the payload is just going to continue on under its own thrust. So these 4 engines need to move down into their own stage, but they can be the final stage because that doesn't have any parachutes. And arming the parachute on the upper stage shouldn't be any big deal. It'll be in space and won't actually deploy. I got a fairing that I apparently need to rebuild here, and we're finally fucking ready to try it. I feel like this upper fairing is outrageously huge. Like, comically huge. That's not much slimmer. Just gotta stay a little wider there so that we don't clip into the antenna. Okay, save it. Let's finally launch something. Apparently we're over on our target mass by 0.3 tons. Oh, that was only 0.18. I'm over by 0.06 tons. The thing that torques me off is it's mostly really just coming down to the weight of the shells for these SRBs that I can't make any smaller. Because we're pretty much already down to dry mass. There's a lot of pieces we can live without on this. Just trying to think of which ones would be the least pain in the ass. Actually, these rockets don't need to exist. Those two should separate just fine, I think. Because they'll be, you know, alongside of us. Yeah, I hate to take them from the main lift at all, because every little bit of excess fuel that we have when we get up there is just that much closer to mission completion that we are. But I am hoping that we can stay on freaking target this time. So, throttle up. Get all of our info going. Actually, throttle down. Let's just save that fuel. Let's just deadlift it and see what it starts out at. 3, 2, 1, go. So we're not going to ignite the liquid booster at all. Not yet. I have the probe core in upside down still somehow. I could have swore that I put front over to the east. I guess front needs to face toward the west so that I'm nosing down into my gravity turn, but that's okay. I just gotta pull up on the stick to turn the way that I want to. So AP is already past 20. Quickly rising. Almost out of solid fuel in the first 2 boosters. Thrust to weight ratio outrageously high. Let's go ahead and stabilize for stage. And it didn't work. Did that take my engine with it? Nope. Sweet. Thrust to weight ratio is still at 2, so we're still okay. There might be pieces that I take out of KW rocketry, but I definitely want to add it, at least go through it and add the solid rocket boosters back in so that I can build this shit the way that I want this shit. So we haven't used a single drop of our fuel from the main stage yet. We're coming up on 55 kilometers. AP has just passed 80, so let's go down to about a 10-degree angle. We'll go ahead and fire the main stage to prepare for separation. Kick those guys off. They don't have a rocket to move them away, but it looks like it's going to be okay. Should be able to get rid of our fairing. I'm going to activate monopropellant just to help us stay on course here. AP is at 87.5, so just over the outside of the atmosphere. Actual speed is 1,600. I could increase the... or I could get rid of the thrust limiter on this. Oh, I don't have a thrust limiter. Okay, well that's fine. I expected for us to have a thrust limiter, but I guess not. By 85, I'm going to go ahead and deploy this antenna. I'm just letting AP push up to wherever the hell it wants and holding horizontal while we burn through this fuel. We just deadlifted the entire thing with just the SRB, so we've got a lot of fuel to burn through. And we are in outer space. Let's go ahead and activate our antenna. I'm going to leave it in cone mode, just pointed down at Kerbin. We're communicating with the satellite through the Omni antenna that's on board anyway. We'll just keep pushing. Just about time for staging here. Bye. Okay, so I have passed AP, so I want to go ahead and angle upward. So don't want to descend. We're still just outside of the atmosphere, so it's not that big of a deal. It's just a little bit less efficient. My controls are backwards because of the orientation of the probe core. We'll figure it out. Negative 400 and, well, coming up on 50 kilometer PE. But I don't foresee any issues. And we'll see how much fuel we have left. And we need to see how the upper maneuvering stage is actually going to act, too. So it's a little bit off. PE isn't actually quite out of the atmosphere yet, but it was getting to be a pain in the ass for me to remember which direction to push. So let's hold a prograde. Let's see, actually I'm going to lose connection by the time I get there, aren't I? So what I want to do is face toward the planet. Well, we can burn just a little bit further here. Just enough to get it up out of the atmosphere. I guess circularizing really isn't necessary, is it? So now we can see if we have enough DV. If everything is in the right position, do we have enough delta V to actually get this fucking thing up into the orbit that it's supposed to be in? I am off on my angle by 1 degree because I just wasn't able to hold it perfectly on the spot. So, I think that that's okay, but if I end up going to like 2 degrees, I think we're going to be outside of the mission tolerance, and I'm going to have to make a correction. What do we got remaining? We have all of the 1202 Delta V in the final satellite, and we've got about 177 meters a second in the maneuvering stage, plus its monopropellant. So we'll likely end up just burning this up. I don't think that it's going to be able to survive a re-entry from the altitude that we're going to leave it at. But when we get about opposite of AP, actually now would probably be good. We want to burn prograde. And we could use up some of its monopropellant. It does have an awful lot. As long as we're not consuming any of the monoprop in the upper stage. Oh, perfect. But I think it's going to take too long for us to actually finish out the burn. So let's separate. Activate our orbital maneuvering engines. Do a little tiny burst to move away from that thing. Or we could just switch over to it and move it. Oh, and I totally forgot. I need to activate my RCS on this. Because it does need to actively use RCS to hold us on prograde. And let's see if we have powerful enough nozzles. Ah, shit, we don't. So it's just going to want to spin. I need bigger nozzles. These aren't going to be enough. To separate the monopropellant use from different stages, I don't know if there's another mod at work there, because I have had problems in the past where it shares monopropellant across the entirety of the vessel. But we disabled we made sure the crossview was disabled on the decoupler that we used, and then I set up these thrusters on an action group so that they started out disabled. Let's see if See, we're going to be out of balance, but maybe if I put them up to full power, it'll be able to hold us on target. Let's check it. And I do have them enabled, right? There we go. It's a little bouncy. Thank you for the follow. No problem at all. I was kind of hoping that it would take roughly half of our fuel to get up there, but if we get underneath 150 monopropellant, I don't think we're going to have enough fuel to finish it. This is kind of tempting me to build a shuttle and deploy the damn thing from a shuttle bay. Well, it should start to go quite a bit more quickly. We should get a hell of a lot more bang for a buck shortly here. So I'm still not unconvinced. But it's definitely going to be borderline as fuck. Especially with us venting so much monoprop to get it on target. So I'm changing our angle the wrong way. Whoops. Oh god. The hell was that? Suicidal Sheep, welcome to the stream. I don't know why the hell I just totally lost control there. guess what I want to do is, instead of fighting the load, because I do want to pull AP up a little bit, I'm going to rotate us around this way. And then when I fire, hopefully we'll correct AP toward where it needs to be. To do that, I need to point upward, though. How is that not working? There we go. That's definitely not perfect. And I don't have maneuver nodes. But the important thing is to figure out whether we can actually finish this. And it sure as shit doesn't look like it. Let's go ahead and turn off RCS. Let's move up to AP. See how much we get out of that last 62.2. We're also in the dark, which is no good for this. But we should make it. There we go. And I'm hoping that this has an aperture. I'm not actually positive that this particular satellite does. Hopefully it's got an aperture though, because otherwise when we perform this burn we're going to be facing toward the sun and ruin our lens. I guess we're gonna find out. Well, no, because there'll be a huge explosion. Must have an aperture that's closed, protecting the lens. Very, very close, but not quite. And I don't think I want to add more fuel to this until I get it balanced a little bit better. I don't know why I didn't have the lights on. Very, very close, though. This mission's kind of a pain in the ass. Plus, it's silly for this to be in an equatorial orbit anyway. Okay, back to the drawing board. So we know that the main lifter is fine, and we know that we can add more fuel to the upper stage without any real issues. The inaccuracy of the burn for the final payload honestly isn't too big of a deal, because now that I understand which way I have to turn to account for it, we just would perform our burn before we would be directly opposite of AP, and then we would burn while adjusting normal. So that shouldn't be too big of a deal in and of itself. The big deal here is I've got to rebuild that stupid little fairing, and I have to reposition this fucking probe core again, which annoys me. I feel like I'm taking apart Darth Vader's suit. I might just say screw it to that fairing. So where we want to add is right in here. Let's get this little shit rebuilt too. And I'm probably gonna have to take out those retro rockets. They were more of a convenience thing though, than anything. These two I need to leave for now. We're gonna swap them out with some better retro rockets tomorrow. I'm gonna pull those. I no longer need to stand off from this since I pulled those. So that can go down. What are we looking at on our weight? 137.9? I think I'm actually gonna have to take this apart and make it much more compact. Take away some of its fixins. How much is that structural adapter weigh too? Because we definitely have alternatives. Not much, so that's not too bad. We can really only afford the one fairing, unfortunately. Not like money-wise, but I mean like weight-wise, we can only really have the one. And honestly, I guess I may as well go through and tear out all of our chutes, since stage recovery isn't working properly. So the way that we have it now, we can lose the weight of the entire fairing at about 55 kilometers of actual altitude. And I'm happy about that. Let's see if any of these are being recovered, and if not, fuck them. And then we'll take out all the parachutes, and we'll use whatever we have left for additional fuel for this stage. We'll just extend the tank, I think. Staging looks pretty good. That one's fine. We don't have retro rockets for that anymore. Interstage fairing and lower engine separation, upper engine ignition, final separation. Actually, this goes there. Final separation is in the wrong stage. Final separation and final engine ignition can go in with the parachutes. We're getting closer. I'm really hoping that we're close enough now that when we take off the parachutes, we can just add a little bit to that upper stage tank. And I think that's really all we need. Going up and collecting this little shit might be a bit more of a problem, but I think that's all we need for what we're doing now. Okay. 3, 2, 1, go. Yeah. Yeah, we've lost a lot of weight. And a lot of those parachutes are oversized too. They're quite heavy. Kind of depends on how we have to add the fuel. I could also take the upper stage and get rid of 2 of the engines without any downside. Might actually make... yeah, let's do that. Let's get rid of 2 of the engines up there. Got a stage coming here. If we get rid of the 2 engines, since it veers off in the same direction, we could actually use the position of the engines to offset that. What gravity turn? There was no gravity turn there. That was terrible. Let's go ahead and activate our RCS. So we are kind of listing to the side a little bit. Well, we definitely got out of the lower atmosphere fast enough. We're already at 55 kilometers, but I'm a little nervous about disengaging the main fairing while we're still connected to the solid rocket boosters. So normally we could lose that weight a little bit earlier, but this time we're going to have to wait a bit. AP turned out to be about 91. We know that we're going up to like 3 million, so it doesn't matter. Let's go ahead and fire that. Get rid of those. Get rid of that. Oh, the way that it deployed, it actually would have been fine. I wasn't aware. I thought that it was going to separate in 4 different sections, but if it separates upward and downward to the east and the west, then we don't have to actually wait. There's no safety concern there. Let's go ahead and get that up. How you doing, Mr. Doc? I'm getting my ass kicked by mandatory RCS. It's not too bad, though. It's really not too bad. It might be. My ascent profile was dick. So that'll cost us. But I was mainly wanting to see how it would do with the different fairings there. And the biggest piece of information we're going to get is whether any of those stages are recoverable. Because if they're not, I'm taking the fucking chutes off of them. Stage recovery is kind of buggy. It's not like in JNSQ, unfortunately. That would be nice if this were the one, though. But I think I'll be happier with this thing if we get rid of the, if we get rid of 2 of the engines and then we offset the disproportionate weight. It's still symmetrical, it's just off on one side versus the other. Well, that worked out nice. The decoupler moved it plenty far away that time. Let's see. I went way past AP. I wasn't paying attention. We're falling. Not even outside of the atmosphere. Well, that's not helping our odds for this flight. What a waste. I should have gone out to map mode. I wanted to burn through the rest of that fuel, and I figured AP was so far out there that I wouldn't have to worry about it, but I should have been paying closer attention for sure. But that's okay. I want to redo the... yeah, see, none of these are working. And they should. Stage recovery should be able to grab those. But I think it's because of the scaled size of the planet. And I'm trying to think of if we can fix that, because I can't remember what's hard-coded into that and what we can do with configuration files. Because I think what we need to do... I'm pretty sure what's happening is... the way that stage recovery works, once the once the debris is about 5 kilometers above the surface, it just, like, takes it out of the game. And it calculates whether it would have been able to survive landing based on whether it has fuel left over, a probe core installed on it, or enough parachutes. So I don't know what we would have access to and what we wouldn't. Oh, we're still within the atmosphere. We're fucked. We are in an orbit within the atmosphere. Boo. Okay, so let's just time warp then. Actually, let's separate from that stage too and fire this little guy just to get us up a little bit. Oh, I need my monopropellant nozzles. And I forgot that they were, they're all turned down at the moment. I gotta undo that. Well, I won't have to undo that once we fix the engines. I just want to stay aloft long enough to see if that one will be recovered. It probably won't, but it might. So I just want to kind of kick it here in the upper atmosphere for a little bit. I don't think I've ever achieved an actual orbit velocity inside of the atmosphere like that before. A little bit, yeah. Once we get used to the target elevations and stuff like that, I don't think it'll be that big of a deal, but it's just so hard to get used to the atmosphere being at 85 rather than 70. I keep forgetting. Like, my brain just ticks off when we get to the right altitude, you know? Okay, so now we're back out in space. We're not in the upper atmosphere anymore. We're obviously not going to finish out the mission, but we're just buying time to see what happens with the final stage there. You know what? If all of those were destroyed, we're just hoping for the impossible. We'll get rid of the we'll get rid of all the parachutes. They're useless, and they are a lot of weight too. And I'll try to remember to look into that tonight. Or throughout my weekend. See if we can fix stage recovery. What the fuck else has chutes? Oh, yeah. Don't need any of those anymore. On the upside, everything just got a hell of a lot simpler, and we no longer have to flare out for, like, our interstage fairings here. This can be quite a bit smaller, too. No, I haven't really had too much of a problem with gaining the orbital velocity that we need. It's working on the gravity trim profile that's kicking my ass. It's the upper atmosphere. Like there, we totally circularized at 75. Which doesn't do us any fucking good. It's like relearning the entire game, really. Well, no, it's not really relearning the entire game. It's relearning that one very specific pain in the ass part of it that I keep fucking up. Okay, so what's our total weight now? Without all the parachutes, without all that shit, we're under by about just Just a little under 5 tons. Is that enough for one more step up? It's actually enough for quite a few steps up. But I don't think that many is going to be necessary. That is a shitload of Delta V. So one other really major change that I want to make here. Let's move this out of the way. I'm not going to be able to have solar panels down here, unfortunately. But what can you do? What I want is our thrust torque for the remainder of this vessel to zero out, or be as close to zero as I can possibly get. So I want 2 of these. And to zero out that thrust torque, we just need to find where center of mass is. Shit, I have to put them on a mirrored. I don't know, I might be able to re-add those. Because remember how if I go full throttle, we kind of turn to the side while we nose up? There we go. Means that my engines need to be balanced for that. And I could actually re-add the other 2. Because from left to right, like from this side to this side, we're even. It's from this side, we have much more shit on this side than we do on this side. So we just had to bump the engines up a little bit to compensate. Yeah, thankfully we don't need to worry about lights or wrenches for this particular vehicle. Or satellite. And then these guys, as long as they stay right in the center, I think I can put them back on here. And our thrust torque has gone up because we've just added additional weight to this side where we were trying to offset. So these need to go a little bit higher up to make up for it. And if I can't get it to 0 like we had it before, then I'll take the extra engine off. I can get us so close, but I would really prefer not to have to use any extra monopropellant than I have to, you know? Since it's our main source of fuel, I think it would actually be better to just do away with these 2. And zero that out. Okay, just double checking to make sure that moving them wider, we still had eliminated thrust torque. So see how they're offset like that? That should take care of that problem, hopefully. And hopefully this fucking thing will separate without knocking them off. Really airborne. When, do you remember the motherships and the wingless space shuttles that we made? That's like the trick to it. Like, that's how those were possible. Offsetting the engines to account for part drag and for discrepancies in weight. So we're still going to have some torque through the rest of the vehicle, but the rest of the vehicle has the ability to deal with it. And we're not really doing much in the way of precise maneuvering with the rest of the vehicle. So it should be okay. But if we wanted to, another thing that we could do is select the decoupler and then move the payload so that it's right over the remaining engines. And that'll make it so that we use less torque and less monopropellant to keep it on target. Thankfully, the antenna that was kind of the problem there moved further away from the shell, so we don't have to redo the fairing. We could actually make the fairing a little bit smaller now because we've done that. And we need to make sure, you just have to make sure that you do that at the part where this attaches to the, actually, did I click the wrong thing? Because the decoupler didn't move. I think I moved the clampetron, but as long as it's still on the vehicle properly, that should be fine. Your thrust torque, like if you're losing your shit, if you have Kerbal Engineer Redux installed, and you get up to about 12 kilometers, and then you do a somersault, eliminating your thrust torque is how you defeat that. Eliminate your thrust torque, and then after that, add control surfaces. But so far, we've just been fighting it by adding the control surfaces, and then it dawned on me, because I'm rusty and I haven't played in forever, that if all of the weight offset is just making us like artificially pull up on the stick when all 4 engines are firing, then we just need to move those engines further up on the body of the vessel. Okily dokily. So we're still under. We could still add additional fuel to the upper stage. I don't think that we're going to need to now. We're still using our vacuum engine. We're not going to quite get all the way up into orbit, but we should be close enough that it shouldn't matter. And now we're going to waste far less fuel trying to stay on point. So let's update the save. Let's double check our staging, because we did take some things away. That looks perfect. That looks fine. That's the release of the upper fairing, and now we know that it is actually safe for us to do that at 55k, even with the last solid rocket boosters firing. So that'll make us more efficient as well. Then we separate from the payload and we activate our final 2 engines. And the only thing that I would actually like to add to this, I am a little bit nervous about this thing being able to deorbit itself in the amount of time that we have. So I'm just gonna cut to the chase here and throw some surface solar panels on, because then we don't have a time limit. Because previously we only were providing this with battery power. It didn't have any way to generate its own power. So as soon as we disconnect, there's a finite amount of time that we have before we can deorbit it. I think I'm just going to put them on at a 45 so that I don't accidentally burn them up or create any issue with those. And then this can remain up there as space debris until we get around to deorbiting it. Do it at our leisure instead of having to do it immediately before we even continue on with the rest of this mission. So, save. Launch. Staging looked okay. Hurt free, anyway. Welcome, man, and bingo. Welcome to the Discord. Hello. And I think we got, thought I saw an email pop up on my phone about a YouTube sub, too. Who joined us on the YouTube? Thomas Tots. Welcome to the YouTube. Stop on by the stream, dude. We're live every day except for Monday and Tuesday. Alright, 3, 2, 1. Let's actually start with the throttle off again. 3, 2, 1. Okay. And even then, it's like half of the time it's either Monday or Tuesday. Usually we stream like 6 days a week, but work's been kind of slowing down for Deb, so she's been getting 2 days off more frequently lately. Alright, so we're almost up to 300 meters a second. AP is about twice as far up as we are. We're at about 5 kilometers. It's coming up on 14. As I say that, we go up another kilometer like every half a second. I'm going to start into a bit of a gravity turn here, since I have neglected to the last several times. AP is at 34. Okay, yeah, let's just keep going. We're going to go down and meet prograde and start to encourage it more horizontal. So we can get rid of those guys. I should have stabilized before I did that, but apparently we got lucky and it worked out. Just gonna keep nosing on down, with the eventual goal of just, you know, being laid out horizontal by the time our AP is at 90. Oh, and we're losing a little bit of control, so let's activate RCS. Mandatory RCS is kicking my ass too. We're up at about 48 kilometers. Yeah, I'm gonna try to remember. I'm gonna delay here while we burn out the rest of our SRBs. We'll go ahead and stage that. Facepalm. I meant to stage that. Oh, and it staged the opposite way this time. What the hell is going on with that thing? Does it just stage whichever way it wants? I didn't mean to launch missiles at anything. Revert to launch. We don't need to go back into the VAB. Do need to fix that though. We knew that we were going to be able to stage it early. But I wonder why it separated the from side to side instead of up and down like it had the last time. Maybe I do need to go into the VAB and pivot that around. Yeah. And we'll properly fix our staging so that that won't happen again, because we should be able to safely get rid of it. Not 70k, nope. Nope, we're at 2.7 scale, so the atmosphere is up at 85. So everything down below should be fine, but this guy... There we go. Now it should separate up and down. Which means that... before this stage, right in here, I want this guy. Then we let loose with our last two SRBs. Oh. This didn't go back on properly. I want the separation rockets on the east and west side stacks. Let's check our decouplers. Stupid fairing. At least it's a lot easier to build now. Okay, looking good. Then we stage the payload fairing, then we stage the final SRBs, then we stage this little guy that just needs rebuilt real quick. Let me double check my offset. Okay, offset looks great. Then we've got interstage fairing, that was the one that we just rebuilt. Interstage fairing, ignition, separation from the bottom booster, ignition of the top booster, which honestly can occur here because we're just going to destroy that stage anyway. Since, what the hell's the name of it? Since stage recovery isn't working at the moment. Then we separate from the payload, and we have two final engines on the payload this time. Okay. Try it out. Yeah, way modded. Well, it just came out fairly recently. Have you tried any planet packs or moved away from the stock solar system yet? If it's your first planet pack, I probably wouldn't recommend this one. Unless your first planet pack was RSS and you had pretty good success with RSS, then this one shouldn't be too bad. I would probably go with like GPP or something before you try this one though. Because it's not really it's not introductory level, I guess is what I'm saying. Alright, 3, 2, 1. Go. But it is a lot of fun. I'll show you the moons if you'd like in a moment. They look fucking amazing. So it's basically the stock system completely redone with a whole new Kerbin, a whole new Mun, a whole new everything. All the planets, all the moons, everything's been redone. A lot of it has been added. The total size of the solar system is far, far larger. And it looks fan-fucking-tastic. This is Galileo's latest project. Go ahead and start into a gravity turn. That was a little bit late too. Let's just go all the way down to prograde here. Ooh, that was so close. I can't wait to get those proper rockets. I'm gonna go ahead and just activate the lower RCS nozzles now, before we actually start to veer off at all. So AP is at about 65k, we're almost down to 30 degrees. I'm gonna stop at about 35 degrees here. And then about every 5 kilometers, we'll go down another 5 degrees. AP is at 75 now, 10 under the upper atmosphere. There's 80. We'll go ahead and delay it 10 degrees here. Let's go ahead and get rid of the fairing instead of the solid rocket boosters this time, because we were at about 55 kilometers. And we'll lay down horizontal, just about in time to stage. See ya, buddies! Oh, this is so much smoother now that I've gone and repositioned the payload. Definitely digging that. And likewise with the last launch, I really don't care where we end up with as far as our orbit. So I think I'm just gonna stay horizontal, since our final orbit is so high up. Let's pay attention to AP this time. No, we're looking good. Final orbit is going to be 5.4 and 3.8 million meters. And we are in space. Activate our antenna. Target Kerbin with it. Look, Ma, we're doing it! And turn on our lights too. Keep on pushing on. We do have a stage coming up shortly though. Going to angle up just a little bit in anticipation of that separation. And that time we just hot fired the rocket, because we're not going to be able to recover any of the rest of that anyway, so why not? Just going to give us a little bit of breathing room on apoapsis. Whoa, what is my thrust to weight ratio? Ah, okay. So I do need to beef up the engine a little bit. Do I have a thrust limiter on you? Nope. Well, that's fine, actually. It'll be okay, because we are out in space, so it's a very high, very efficient vacuum engine. But I might go and add a little bit to the lifter too. So I'm having a hard time finding that sweet spot where AP just stays right out in front of me. I think we got it. Now we're talking, baby. 91 kilometers, 91.1, and 93.6. That's a good orbit. I like that. It's a hell of a lot trickier than it usually is, though, now that we're using mandatory RCS. But not too bad. Not too bad at all. Let me make sure that we're not using up any of the monopropellant on the upper stage. Nope, we're good. We're good. So when I stage from that, I just have to make sure that I hit Action Group 1 to enable the nozzles on this one. And I did have them pretty well balanced. I am tempted to... I don't know, let's see how it works first. Let's actually make a quick save here. Yeah, it came out the day before the DLC did. And then you just had to wait a little bit for Copernicus. And they're still working on some stuff. There's still some stuff that needs done with Copernicus. There's going to be a future update for this coming out. Once we figure out some issues with scatter and whatnot. Once Ohio Bob specifically figures out some annoying little stuff that he's run into. Let's go ahead and try to hold prograde. I've made a quick save. We'll see if we have enough DV to finish this out. I burned a little bit early because we're not going to be powerful enough to finish it all out in a timely fashion with these guys. We only have 2 little engines. So I want to leave a little bit of room where AP is going to shift off to the left and try to match them up when we complete the burn. So 5.4 million is our target. I want to watch it from out here, though, so that I know when to stage. We're at 2.5 of 5.4. There's 3, 3.5, up to 4. We finally ran out of fuel at 4.49. I think I actually want to save all that for deorbiting that thing. So let's go ahead and separate. Fire our engines. And unfortunately that won't be recoverable, but I still don't want to leave it up here as debris, so I don't want to destroy anything on it. Then we'll go and fire. Yeah, nice. Staying right on target. I haven't even activated our monopropellant nozzles yet, but I'll go ahead and do so now. Okay, now I want to stop our burn. I need to wait until we're about over here, and then I want to try and match AP up. before it actually gets up to that elevation, so that I don't have to correct, radial out. Since I don't have maneuver nodes or anything, gotta kind of do it the janky way. I'm going to reset SAS so that I can control it. And let's see, let's think about what we're doing here. So if I am pointed upward, I'm going to pull AP this direction. So I want to burn prograde, but I want to burn prograde pointed more toward the horizon or under the horizon to adjust that. And we're very, very close, so I'm going to get pretty damn close to radial in. Try to get this over to here so that our final burn is that much easier. And once AP is right in between the two of them, then I just go more prograde to drive AP a little bit higher if it's still low. It looks like it's going to work out pretty well. So I did overshoot a little bit. I'm going to go ahead and let this drift around to retrograde. And we'll get as close as we can so that we have a little bit more allowance for the second burn toward PE. Our angle is good. Unfortunately, firing RCS is adjusting AP a little bit itself. But I think we're close enough. Yeah, there is a tolerance on the final orbit. I do want to get this one as close as possible, though. If I can do it without fucking it up. There we go. So that's within about 3 kilometers. Let's go ahead and get SAS on, and we'll dial it in perfectly. There we go. Now we're within 16 meters. Oh, well, 20 meters because I had another correction that I did there. So the problem is we need to rotate to retrograde, or sorry, to our current retrograde, or close to our current retrograde, to be in what will be prograde by the time we get up here. And I have no way of doing that without bursting monopropellant and deviating from our current course. So, we just hope for the best. This is going to cost a lot of power, too. Just lost direct sunlight. In the meantime here, let's go and switch back over to the probe that delivered us. Now, I think I'm going to actually have to deorbit that at an angle. But it is going to get to where it needs to be before we are, so yeah. I have to go to the tracking station. Apparently I don't have the ability to target, which means I don't have the ability to switch to another vessel in flight. So that's always fun. And the other downside to that is now we have to switch back over to the satellite before it's going to regenerate electricity, because I didn't switch off of the vehicle. It went onto rails, losing electric charge. But it should be okay. So the probe here, the upper stage, has its own probe, and it has its own monopropellant and everything. And unfortunately, this guy is fated for a crash into the surface of the planet. till we get stage recovery working properly. So this guy is going to reach its AP. It's in a lower orbit. It's going to reach its AP before the probe does. So it only makes sense to do it, to go ahead and do its retro burn for its terminal re-entry before we switch over to this guy and do its final burn to try and establish the target orbit for the contract. Okay, so it is all out of fuel, but we're gonna use the remaining monopropellant that it has, and we're just aiming for a periapsis of null. Anything lower than positive, it definitely won't fly through the planet and continue to be debris. So even though it wasn't much, it was enough to put it on a crash course with the surface. I don't actually know why I can still see the bottom part of the orbit through the planet. That shouldn't be a thing, but that's okay. So back over to the tracking station. That little guy is bye-bye. Normally I would have actually gone and redesigned it so that it had enough fuel so that we could have left just enough fuel on it for it to circularize and do its own re-entry to be recovered. But since the parachutes aren't doing their job, it's just not going to happen. And then back out to our telescope. And this, getting the timing down, I can't do a maneuver node, so getting the timing down might be a bitch. May have to adjust the normal and anti-normal to actually match up with the orbit, but we're going to give it a pretty good try. Let's see if we can do it. So SAS on, I'm going to tell it now that eventually your job is to go prograde. But I don't actually want to do anything with it yet. I want to get a little bit closer to AP. What was our thrust to weight ratio? It's only a third, so I'm totally guessing here. And I'm totally quick saving here too. We might need to actually start the burn now to allow for enough time before we actually reach AP to push PE out. Let's go ahead and give it a shot now. We do have a connection and everything. Kick on our little baby monopropellant nozzles that are just nothing but adorable so that we can get on target. And start our follow-up burn. And then I'm going to reset SAS because I don't actually want to move AP. So I'm going to try to compensate for that deviation in AP since we're so far away from it. Right now, since I'm under prograde, I'm hoping that I'll kind of push it straight out. Actually, I think I'm on the wrong side, aren't I? I need to be over here. Yeah. And then I'll have a follow-up maneuver for correction. I don't know, maybe it would be better for me to wait till I'm a lot closer to AP. Because we're actually kicking PE out pretty quickly. Faster than I thought we would, for sure. Okay, let's pull AP in. And unfortunately, if we're low on fuel for this, if it's just not gonna happen, then it's a wash and it's coming out of pocket. We'll just smash the telescope into the planet, go back to the drawing board, get it all fixed up, because I've switched off of the vessel, so reverting is just not even an option. If it's pretty close though, then it'll come down to when I fire the engines. And then I'm going to do the same thing as AP comes over to, you know, closer to us versus where it's supposed to be, then I'll nose back up. It's looking pretty good though. Our consumption is super low. So the Mercari app 2 minutes after you posted some pictures? And there were selfies with the item? Really? What is a Mercari app? GG. Congratulations on the sale. And your dog was in some of them? Well, there's the kicker. That's how you make a sale. Get them puppos in there. G-fucking-G. We got it. Yes! It's like eBay, but you don't use your real addresses. Interesting. Send your stuff to a warehouse and they ship it. Interesting idea. Kind of a middleman kind of deal, huh? Okay, so this guy can pretty much wait here. We might have to send somebody up to collect it at some point. I don't actually have anything that I can do with it right now. There's another telescope that we need to get up into orbit. And then we'll be able to actually properly use this. So for now, we'll just leave it up here. SAS and everything turned off. It should be just fine. Technically not debris yet. I'm hoping that it can deorbit itself, but I didn't pay attention to how much fuel we actually had before we kicked PE out, so might not be able to. We are going to do a satellite system, maybe the day that we come back. Satellites are one of the things that stress me out the most about this game, though, because, like, you guys saw me positioning my fucking solar panels. Now imagine me positioning 4 satellites out in space. I have ripped my fucking hair out doing it every single time. But we do need to do it. We need a deployment vehicle. We need to calculate a resonant orbit. We need to set up a proper inner relay. And I'm full on, like, one of the reasons that I was so keen to write the patch for remote tech is so that we had the additional additional antennas. That buys me a little time. That's a little bit more time that I can wait. This guy over here is just gonna smash right into that. Apparently right next to the desert airfield. And we could go, could actually go over there and launch a little hopper rocket and watch it explode if we wanted to, but I think we're fine. But we do need to get a proper network up. It's just gotta happen. Our scanned satellites will operate as redundant satellites out at the moon, so I don't think that we need any additional relays at either moon, because we're going to have several satellites that'll be sent out to them. And those will be able to relay a signal around the moon and from one moon to the other to prevent them blocking our line of sight with anything else. But, yeah, it's gotta happen. I just don't know when I wanted to design them. But launching them is the part that kills me. Like, I think the last time I did it, I even made a save before we did it on stream. We let it happen on stream, and then I think I spent about 2 days redoing the mission until I had them pretty damn close to perfect. And it only took about a year before just inconsistencies in the game led to them deviating. So I launched a secondary set. No, we don't really have anything that we can target with the telescope that we just launched, and I don't even have the ability to set an actual target. Like, I can't. Oh, I totally forgot. There was a fella that hadn't used this before. I think I need to go to the tracking station to show you. Let me show you just we're using a mod called Research Bodies. So we don't actually know where any of the other planets or moons in the solar system are until we physically get up there with a telescope like the one that we just had. And first there's one with just instruments. We don't actually look through it or anything, that we need to get a ping with. That'll give us an unknown object that we can then go up and try to actually take a photograph of. So the Mun, it's a little bit less noticeable. Like, it definitely looks like a bomb-ass moon, right? But everything in the game has got a makeover. So this isn't your average Mun. The one that really drops my jaw. Check out Minmus. It's a proper moon. And I love it. I love it so much. Oh, nice. You left just as we were building it, and you got back right when we got it up into our target altitude. GG. That is time-efficient viewership. Isn't that amazing? Oh, and I can't wait to see Jewel. Like, as soon as I saw Jewel over at Rocketology's stream, I logged out. I closed the tab. I didn't want to spoil any of the rest of them. Jewel looks so fantastic. And we're going to see it for the first time through a telescope, and then we're going to go and visit it. So we can totally leave that facility. Yeah, we're doing Research Bodies. I can't think of any reason that I ever wouldn't do Research Bodies. Even when we do Sandbox, I do Research Bodies. It does. It truly does finally look like a moon instead of just a floating green poof ball, huh? So let's go check in on our contracts. What do we have? There's some upgrades that we need to make, and that's why it was so important for us to get all of that cash. We currently have 4 active contracts. 3 of them are scan satellite contracts, 1 for Kerbin, 1 for Minmus, and 1 for the Mun. We also need to finish off the space tourism one, which technically I've already done, but then I fucked it up. Let's go ahead and get that one up, because it's already designed and ready to go. They absolutely were. Why are you back? You better be on your cell phone. Still at the bar, drinking your mimosas. Or did you just get all mimosa'd out? Let's grab the Space Cheese 3-man version. And we've already taken up a co-pilot for just a little bit of experience, so let's go and kick them out. We're going to kick out Valentina, because she can't get any additional experience out of this. And let's throw Bill in there. We'll take our engineer with us for this little jaunt. Since we know that stage recovery is not working, let's just get rid of the chutes real quick. Quite heavy pours? Oh, yeah. I'm gonna get rid of all that stuff. I think what I'll do here is get rid of the fairing. Toggle that thing's fairing back on. That'll save us an entire part too. And we decided not to go with landing legs. It just looks like ass when I put on an appropriate sized heat shield. I don't like the look of it. And this'll be fine. This'll do. So we'll update the Space Cheese 3 Man to a vehicle that only has parachutes on the crew capsule. Let's go ahead and check over our staging real quick. We have our 3 SRBs, our main liquid engine, followed by separation rockets that didn't work, but I'll leave them in for now. Hopefully we'll be okay. Inner stage, and then we can hot fire the next engine, since that's all going to be destroyed. Final separation, capsule return, and an emergency heat shield jettison if we ever need it. Let's update our save, and yeah, let's take it out and see how it does with the separation little thingy things. Beer? Sure. Are you off already? Or are you on your last break? It's doing pretty good in 1.7.1. SSTU is working out pretty damn nicely. The first time that I ever tried it was very, very briefly, and it was in 1.4.5, and it wasn't quite fully up to date. There were still some bugs, so there was like a test version out, but it's been doing a pretty good job. Get all of our stuff up. A 3, a 2, a 1, a go. And this time, little Mr. Tito needs to stay in space for 4 hours. That's where I messed up the first time. I got his little ass all the way up there, and then I brought him all back home thinking, okay, I took him up to space. I forgot about the 4-hour timer. Oh, you're nice, you're off? Happy weekend, baby. It is Deb's Friday today. Tomorrow she gets to deal with my dad and my grandpa. It's gonna be great. They both love her though, so it'll be okay. I can think of literally one time in the last 5 years. Have we been together 5 years or 6 years? There's one time where I've said no. But there was that one time, so I guess it's fair. Five years? Why does it feel like 6? No, I'm just kidding. Just kidding, I love you, drive safe. AP is at 76 and rising. And we're laying on over. Let's go ahead and stabilize at 5 here. 5 degrees. Oh, I waited too long. Well, that was interesting. Did I only lose my fairing, or are we disconnected from that now? I cannot control it. Oh, joy. We are not actually connected to this at the moment. Maybe we are. I don't know why I can't control it. So to open up the front hatch, this is not going the way it should. This might be an absolutely ugly orbit. Maybe we just need to add monopropellant nozzles to that too. I don't see any reason that these guys wouldn't survive this, though. This is pretty sketch. No denying that. Yeah, so if I cut throttle, I'm definitely not connected to that. Okay, let's go ahead and ignite the engine that we are attached to. And I don't even know if I want to try for the rest of an orbit here or not, but we're still rising, so we'll just fire it up. That was a little terrifying. And we're almost out of monopropellant. That was not funny. We are technically still in space. We are just past AP. We might still be able to scratch together an orbit out of this, but I don't think so. But as long as they're not going to die, then I'll revert it. So that we can add additional monopropellant. And put in a proper separation for those boosters. Everything else went really good. I don't know, maybe we will get into orbit. Problem is, we don't have any fucking monopropellant to deorbit with. So if I don't establish an orbit with enough fuel left over, we are boned. Oh, we're good. We're good. It's an ugly orbit. Ugly. Because I didn't cut the engine quite soon enough. But we could actually fulfill the rest of the mission. Let's do a damage report. Let's do a sit rep. So we do have plenty of fuel. Doesn't look like we did anything that affected our parachutes or anything like that. It's going to be a nasty re-entry. I think we'll be fine. The biggest problem is that we're out of monopropellant, and we need that to turn retrograde. Unless we wait until the opposite of the spot in the orbit that we're in right now. Let's make sure that our timer's running. On our contract here. Oh, nope, I'm a little bit too low. That should be okay, though. Oh, you're right, PE is under 85. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. That's okay. Because we're still approaching AP. So just a little burst and we can fix that. That's probably what we'll use the rest of our monopropellant on, to be honest. I'm sure glad that you guys noticed that. Is that debris gonna fly through the fucking planet? Okay. Planet grabbed it. Oh, that was the upper engine for this, so that's fine. With the way that we're facing, I think I'm gonna go past AP. I'm going to lower AP a little bit and raise PE so that we don't go back into the atmosphere and so that we're not in quite such a high orbit. We're at 86 and 95 right now. There we go, 95 and 94.5. Well, 95.4 and 94.5. So we're within a kilometer. We're in a little bit higher of an orbit than I usually wanted to do, but I don't think that it's going to be a problem. That did start our timer. So this is our first really good opportunity to use Kerbal Alarm Clock. We're going to add a raw time alarm for 4 hours. And then we know exactly how much time it's going to take before we need to come up here. It actually added an extra 10 minutes there, so... unfuck that. There we go. Now we have a 4-hour one. Oh, nice. I've been enjoying them, Rant. I'm glad. That Astrox one did really well. There wasn't a whole lot of information out about that game. It was a real fun game to stream, too. We just put up Between the Stars. We've got a couple of Kerbal ones up there, finally. But they're all in the stock solar system. Now that we have these guys up here, though, we can actually take off. I think that they're going to be okay. When we went and checked for damage, the main things that are important are still attached to us, so it's going to be a little wonky the way that we're going to deorbit this thing. We won't be able to separate in space and just kick ourselves out of orbit with monopropellant because we don't have enough. But let's go ahead and head back to the Space Center. We'll leave these dudes up here. Multiplayer in Astrox? It would be interesting. I'd be okay with it. Multiplayer for KSP? I think that isn't Dark Mod still out? What is my favorite chocolate? Whatever gets Deb to be in a good mood. Exactly, Gene Kerman. I don't know, like, I guess I like sweeter chocolates. Yours is Mars bar? Yeah, I think I'm in the realm of, like, Snickers. But I don't eat a whole lot of chocolate myself. So I guess we could start working on our scan satellites. But we do need to get this mission finished so that we can get some more monies. We have just enough money to upgrade, but then we wouldn't have enough money for additional flights. So I don't think we want to do that. We have a radar scan satellite that we want to put together. And I like the direction that we were heading with the one that we were doing in stock. So it's going to be somewhat similar to the satellite that we just put up, far more compact. Multiplayer Kerbal Space Program, so it's a server that you join, and then the game, my game runs independently of your game. I play KSP, you play KSP, but we're doing it in the same world, and then the server just acts to update us on where everybody is. So if both of us wanted to launch from different things and try to dock up to one another, I do think that it's possible, but time warp is a little bit iffy with the multiplayer mod. And otherwise, I don't think there's really any downside to it. It's just keeping everything synced up that was kind of the pain in the ass. I think we're okay with our 5-point nozzles that are inside there. But I think that just like the other one, I want to set them up to be disabled and connect them to an action group. So that we don't use the monopropellant that's in the top part until we intend to. Then for this bottom part, I want to give it another can of RCS fuel, and I want to give it its own nozzles that'll be for maintaining control once we get out of the atmosphere. See, Deb likes really dark chocolate too. I really don't eat a whole lot of it. Usually if I have chocolate, I stash it, and then when Deb's mad at me, I go and bust into it and get out of trouble. Yeah, and it sucks too, because she caught on to that, so I think there were a couple of times where she was kind of a dick just because she wanted some chocolate. but it works. The show Chernobyl? I don't know. I hate to talk about shows like that because I don't want to spoil anything for anyone else. But if I had known exactly what was going to happen in certain parts of that movie, I wouldn't have watched it. Otherwise, overall, I did like it. There was just some stuff that really upset me that I didn't appreciate. But I mean, the show, that's not a problem with the show itself. That's a personal issue. And I don't blame the show for that. It's my problem. I think these need to go up here, right? And I'm hoping that even though they're on the back end of this, that they'll be good. Pavloved me into giving her some chocolate? Yes. Raffaello. Oh, Raffaello. Raffaello? Sorry. I suck at names. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for the follow, dude. Raffaello, I think. It's my final answer. How did I do? I'm trying to just compare some of these, but honestly, I think I might take out the mandatory RCS parts pack. This texture issue should take care of itself once we relaunch the game. We were told about a fix for that, but they're the same strength and they're oriented in the same orientation as all the other RCS that we have. Where do I get all of our information? I just make it up as I go. The veneers are really good. No, it depends on the game that we're playing. You'll definitely see a progression that goes from the first day that I play a game, because I usually do all of my first looks on screen. Like, on screen, whatever. On stream is what I meant to say. And you'll definitely see a progression in, you know, how long it takes for us to pick up the game and what we pick up. And typically if it's something that's fairly important that I just totally, it didn't dawn on me and we find out later on in the playthrough, usually that's the point where we'll restart and we'll try to do a better job next time. I don't like how there's this little pipe there going into my damn nozzle blocks. So I'm going to get rid of those. And what I'm going to do is grab these nozzles and put them on at a 45-degree angle. And that should be good enough. They'll do totally the same thing. But these are designed to do it 2 nozzles at a time from 45-degree angle. Did I put the other one in 3-way symmetry? There we go. I feel like that's not right. Yeah, it's totally not right. You go here. And you go here. There we go. Ledley Clan. Thank you for the follow. Here's SpaceX or NASA would make a video with me so the world could know better. Oh, I don't know, man. I just know how to play video games. Those guys know how to do this shit for real. I'd be so outclassed, I probably wouldn't say a word. Wouldn't mind smoking a doob with Elon Musk, though. Look like he'd hold his own. I definitely do enjoy watching their live launches and everything, though. If it was the other way around, if they were to hang out with us on stream, I don't know. It'd probably take 2 shows, because the first one I'd be too shy to say anything, and then the second one I'd probably have some questions built up after we get done with the first show and I really thought about it. 'Twould be crazy. I think we're good here. I like what we've got, and I think that these are going to be powerful enough to adjust, to keep us on target, since it's going to be 4 of them activating at a time. Either, like, if we want to pitch up, these 2 will be bursting, and these 2 on the opposite side will be bursting to pivot us. I think that'll be good enough. And then outside of that, I don't think we had any issues. I would like to take this for a test flight, I think. Oh no, we totally did have an issue. We need a better separation technique for these, because this fucking sucks. And I don't have KW rocketry installed right now, which has my go-to solid rocket boosters. So, but those are not doing the trick. That's gotta go. Fart for a straight 5 minutes. That would be awkward. You don't want to wait for anything at E3? Aw, that sucks. The only thing that I've really heard of E3 so far is that Sony's not showing up, but I mean, I'm the kind of guy that when I hear about a game that I really want to play, I wouldn't say obsess over it, because I don't really think about it outside of, like, it goes onto a list that I check every morning. You know, that kind of a thing? And then I'm like chomping at the bit for it, and I really want to fucking play it. So it's better for me to wait until a developer offers me a key, or until the game has a scheduled release day, and then I start to kind of look into it. But usually I don't do any of my research until after I do a first look. So watching something like E3 just doesn't work out for me, unfortunately. Like, the last time I watched, I think it was E3, when BattleTech was announced, I checked the BattleTech website every single day until the day that it released. And Xenonauts has been pushed back, and I'm trying not to stalk them on Twitter or anything, but it's really difficult. I really, really want to play Xenonauts. So I need to find an... Oh, there we go, baby! Now we're talking. Apparently, kickbacks will let me size them, resize them. Perfect. Because it shouldn't take much. So what I want to do, since we don't have chutes anymore, I want to do a flat upper nose. And I want to pull that off of there. And I kind of have 2 options. I guess we'll just raise this up so that we have room to work. I'm going to throw that on. I do need a bookmark of some kind, so let's actually grab this and put it back on for now. Because I need to know which side of this is facing outward. And I'm just going to throw another SRB on it. I just need to know which side it would have like a fin, which side points outward. And then I want to center stack it. And this adorable little booster is going to go on in mirrored symmetry with a nozzle facing inward. And I want to make sure that I have 2 of them. One on either side. And then we're going to do another one at the bottom. Maybe we don't need to add KW. Apparently the kickback is going to do the trick. Now we can get rid of that. I just needed that to know which direction the nozzle has to point. Give it a little bit of a wider angle for safety. So that it's not firing directly at what it's attached to. I just dramatically miniaturized a kickback. And I feel fantastic about it. I think I'm going to put them where these guys were supposed to move themselves away. I don't know why it's not really working, but I think that's what these little holes that I'm covering up right now were for. And now we should be able to take that. Whoops, you go back up there. and throw it back on our decoupler. Give it back its upper nose cone. And now hopefully they'll fuck off when we disconnect from them. Play curveball on a supercomputer at NASA? That would be fantastic. I wonder if it would actually perform that much better though. Because I think it's actually the language that it was made in that introduces a lot of the, I wouldn't really say instability, but it's very true to life, the calculations that it makes. And it makes so many calculations that there is a bottleneck there that I don't think depends on hardware. But hell yeah, I'd give it a shot. For sure I'd give it a shot. Alright, let's take this puppy up and test it. This flight will be reverted no matter what. Made a couple of improvements. I am still considering whether I want to cover up these nozzles until we get rid of the lower stage. So I'm thinking about something like this, maybe? I don't know if that actually improves anything or not. Does the nose cone matter in curveball? Yes, it does. You will definitely notice a difference when you start to add aerodynamic surfaces to flat surfaces that are pointed directly in the same direction that you're going, at least within an atmosphere. They don't really matter outside of an atmosphere. So this will be stage number 1. Then when we separate, it's super easy because those go in with all 6 of the little baby boosters. Then we fire our fairing, activate our upper engine, and separate. Yeah, looks good. Save it. Let's take it out for a test flight. Oh, the shape that the nose has, not so much. Not as far as I am aware. I don't think it does that many calculations, thankfully. I think those are more for aesthetics. I think that any kind of an aerodynamic nose cone has a number associated with it, but I don't know if different nose cones have different numbers. Because you're going to get better effects out of a longer taper, you know, with longer nose cone with more of a taper than you will out of a flat nose cone. Ooh, we need to get some lighting on this too. Let's do it. Lights and wrenches, baby. Yeah, you'll notice it in fuel efficiency. You'll notice it in a lot of different ways. The way that it handles and everything. So for this, I think that we can do our display lighting. Just an Illuminator Mark 1. Oh wait, let's use these little guys, the surface mounted spotlight. I think we can throw these on this guy. Hello? There. In 4-way symmetry, and that's probably about all we're gonna need. I guess just for safety. Let's do another one in 3-way symmetry on the bottom. Facing upward. There we go. Save it. Let's try it out. Figured out how to do a Grand Toy Voyager with a pen and paper and a slide ruler? What? Oh my god. Oh, that game that you're playing is 50 on 50? Oh man, those are seriously underpowered. Fuck that. That's a nice thought. They might be okay for the little part that's in the fairing. But the bottom ones I want to go with regular old spotlights, I think. That is not going to do the trick. Get out of there. You underpowered swine. We'll just do an Illuminator Mark 1. That'll do it. Hopefully. The bigger the better. More like the more taper that you have, the better. The further you get away from the head of a hammer toward the head of an ice pick, the better you're going to cut through air. You know what I mean? Car crash, CRUD. Nice. Complete rapid, unplanned disassembly. I like it. There we go. Nice. So this is just a test flight. Doesn't really matter who's in it. Let's go ahead and get all of our data up. 3, 2, 1, go. I want to see how this performs versus the one that we just got into orbit. You can only do SSTO, single stage to ocean. Nice. GG. We're just gonna hang here for a moment. Go ahead and get that surface speed up a bit. I've cut the liquid fuel engine already, though. It's not a crash if you get your data out of it. I guess that's true. Then it's just eliminating debris, right? So we're just nosing down a little bit. Ooh, ooh. That was a bit of a jump there. AP is only at 25 kilometers, so I want to delay a little bit here. AP's coming up on 40. Let's go down to about a 45. Oh yeah, rising much more quickly now that we've burned off a lot of our weight. Let's see how these separation rockets work. I'm not going to fire the main engine. That was a little weird. I didn't expect for it to come in for a cuddle. I think I'll try a different kind of SRB, honestly. They do kind of work. I need to make them a little bit bigger than they are. Is the kickback the extremely low thrust but very long burning one? If it is, then that's the problem. Oh, and we're at a high enough altitude that we really don't need this fairing anymore. I'm gonna deploy that. Because the one SRB, they're both roughly the same size. One of them burns extremely fast with an extremely high output, and the other one burns far slower. It lasts a hell of a lot longer, but with a lot less output. I think I may have chosen the one that has a really low output, because I didn't anticipate them burning that long. But did you see how it just kind of hung out on the top of the ship before it started to fuck off? That's the reason when we have 4 of them that I get rid of the one that'll be on top of us before I get rid of the two that'll be off to the sides. So far, though, other than that one little weird thing, going pretty good. I'm glad that I didn't fire that engine too, because us moving away from that as it came to rest on us would have actually created damage, and we may have actually even blown it up and caused additional damage. So I do have our RCS nozzles activated, but it doesn't seem like we're actually needing it with this particular engine at this time. We're approaching an AP of about 93.5. So let's go down to horizontal. Show you how they're firing too. See how they kind of work together? Even though there's only 3 nozzles. And the reason that I flipped the front one is so that if I wanted to burst forward or burst backward, then I have 4 rear-facing and 4 forward-facing nozzles. But instead of a single block here that's bursting upward and the 2 on the side bursting out to the side to help it, we just went with fewer at a 45-degree angle. So I'm going to get a little bit closer to AP. Everything's going perfectly to plan outside of that little retro rocket problem. And we ended up at 99.9 and 92.7. Which kind of sucks, but these are going to be so perfect once we can use the flight computer. I just need 150,000 bucks. Was it 150 or 175 to upgrade the tracking station, and then we can start making maneuver nodes, finally. So let me just make sure that we didn't use any of this thing's monopropellant. Nope, perfect. Excellent. Oh, did you make that? That's awesome. See if I can get it over here. Rant just linked us a video to somebody else's shuttle. Is that cool or what? That's awesome. Okay, so as far as this goes, though, I think we're good to go. I think those improvements were definitely worth making. It definitely increased our reliability. I do need to change that separation rocket again, unfortunately, but that's not difficult. And eventually we'll save sub-assemblies with all of those changes so that we can just pop them out and use them wherever we need. But until I find a version that I really enjoy, there's not much point in making a sub-assembly for it. So, if that were the end of the mission, we would use our monopropellant nozzles to go ahead and assume retrograde orientation. Get all lined up and everything. Throttle up just a little bit, lower our periapsis. Separate from the travel stage, hit action group number 1 so that we have monopropellant nozzles, RCS nozzles that we can use. Why aren't they firing? Did I not do that right? Oh no, they're on. Oh, because my throttle's down. I had expected for them to continue to move us away from that. But it looks good. Let's actually point radial out. Okay, guess I didn't click it well enough. I just want to put us on a different flight path than that booster. And then we'll go ahead and hold retrograde and get ready for re-entry. But we know that this is pretty well sound. This is a little bit different though. We are at 100 kilometers rather than at 90. So let's go through the first part of it and just make sure that nothing is going to blow up. Get on target and everything. So I've set us up for about a 10-kilometer steeper re-entry than we normally would do, and we're coming in from about 5 kilometers of higher elevation. And I'm curious how this is going to work since it's test flight, just because our other guys might end up coming in pretty steep from about 100 kilometers. But I like the rest of the stuff. We just got to fix that solid rocket booster for sure. And I don't really think it's necessary for us to vent. We do have a lot of monopropellant. I think if we just leave it active, let's see how much they end up actually using out of it to try and keep our heat shield behind us. Might not be much. Oh, you found it on a Reddit for KSP. Good old Reddit. Yeah, it's kind of nice. A lot of times when I have a problem now, I didn't used to use Reddit all that often because I felt like a lot of the information that I was getting was more speculation than anything, and it still seems to be pretty true for like streaming stuff, like settings and whatnot. But a lot of times I'll go to Google first, then I'll go and Google directly for a Reddit, problem or answer to the question. And just kind of work my way from there. Pretty handy. How did I start to like all the space stuff? Honestly, I had Kerbal Space Program, and I liked launching rockets. And then I saw, one day on Steam, I saw that they had done a big update for it. And I hadn't learned much at all about Kerbal Space Program the first time that I played it. So I figured it would be fun to try and learn it on stream, with everybody, helping out and watching and everything, and just kind of started from there. We ended up doing like 8 months of KSP, 10 to 14 hours a day, plus I played in my off time. Just got hooked. And now we finally made it back. We took a hell of a break from it, though. Played a lot of other games. I think these guys are going to be just fine. Once again, it's not the heat shield that's worrying me at all. It's the inline stabilizer attached to the heat shield. But we're looking pretty good. We're in physics warp. Nothing seems to be spiking or doing anything weird. Just a service module? Yeah, it's actually working out really well for a kickstand. This is the first time that I've done that. Usually I'll always put landing legs on it. But I just didn't like the look of it when we went with the larger heat shield. Well, that's never good. We're lawn darting it. So coming in from 100-kilometer orbit, not as safe. But it does look like they're totally going to survive. I was hoping that if I opened those doors, I would actually help them, but I don't think it did. I think it just helped them turn into a lawn dart. But I don't think I think we're already going slow enough that they're going to be able to pull out of it. But now my question is, are they going to be able to deploy the drogue chute? Yeah, I think we'll be fine. Could have been better. But if they just flipped over and actually just exploded, then I would know for sure that I need to recircularize at a lower orbit if I want to re-enter safely at all. Oh, you know what else helps? Actually activating the chutes. That helps a lot. That eliminates most, if not all, of the mystery of whether they're gonna fucking deploy, doesn't it? But I think they're okay. So I'm happy with the changes that we made. I want to work on that solid rocket booster, and then I want to build a little radar scan satellite. Yes, if you have a low re-entry angle, if you're just going to graze the upper atmosphere, you're not going to lithobrake enough, to aerobrake enough to terminate your apoapsis. You're just going to skip right back out. And then you have the opposite problem. If you enter too steep, you're going to experience way too much air resistance, and you're going to liquefy yourself. So, if we're looking at an orbit, and take this guy for example, he's on a flight to the desert, like directly to the desert. He's not going to skip out. But if the atmosphere starts at 85 and he only comes in and dips into it by about 15 kilometers, it will slow him down, but he's still going to have an apoapsis out here. He's still going to make it through it, and he's going to have to go around for another orbit. So if you're going fast enough like a comet, and you don't quite come in all the way, you'll just burn up a bunch, and then you'll jet right on out. Oh my goodness, Lignova. Didn't even notice. 7 freaking months. Cyberpunk release date confirmed. When is it? Similar to how a rock skips on water, but a rock doesn't really have an orbit. So the existence of an apoapsis and a periapsis are really the biggest difference. The best way to describe an apoapsis is to compare it to an arrow that's going through a flight arc. At some point, that arrow that was fired upward is going to lose all of its upward momentum. It'll still have its forward momentum, and that'll start it arcing back toward the ground, where it's going to pick up speed again. And then, so, like if you watch a movie like Robin Hood, or a movie with medieval warfare, when they fire their arrows, they fire them very, very high up for a couple of different reasons. One's the angle of attack. 2 is you are going to have a greater amount of force on impact the higher the arrow goes, because it's going to have that much more time to pick up speed as it comes back down. And then the last thing is, the higher that you can arc it, usually the longer the distance you can get, so the more arrows you can deliver onto the target in the time that it's going to take for the target to advance upon you. Now, if you take an orbit, if you get rid of the hitting the ground part, then you end up with a PE, where eventually that arrow would pick up so much speed that it would actually start to circle back around and slow back down and continue on its arc. So with an orbit, when you skip out of the atmosphere, you just didn't get enough of a bite into the atmosphere to get rid of the rest of your orbit. So you do skip back out, but it's not like if you're coming back from the moon and you don't have a steep enough re-entry angle, it's not like you just shoot off in a random direction and never come back. You will come back. You're still going to be on your orbit, but your orbit is going to have a lower apoapsis. So your next go-around will take less time than the first go-around, but if you're in a situation where you're running low on the re-entry of, like you've seen the movie Apollo 13, where they were talking about how you have such a very thin and very narrow window of entry. If you're too steep, then you're going to hit air resistance like belly flopping into water. You're just going to burn up. You'll either experience so much G-force that it will literally kill you, scramble your freaking brains, or you're going to be in the atmosphere a lot longer than you needed to be if you're a little too shallow, and you're going to be developing plasma and heat the whole time and building up heat. And so it's very, very tricky. Like, Kerbal is easy. There's a couple of things that you can do to make it a lot more difficult if you want to, and make it more realistic. There's a mod called Deadly Reentry that makes it far more realistic. And you can also go and adjust a setting in Kerbal Space Program. I think I might need to be on the main menu for it, because you can control the heat buildup of your reentry to make it a little bit easier or a little bit more difficult. Plasma blackout is another thing that you can do to make it more realistic. So you can enable Kerbal G-force limits to force them to go unconscious after a certain amount of Gs are applied to them. For the heat part, here we go, reentry heating. If we go and bump that up, like all the way to 120%, then our reentry is going to be much more realistic, because we have this massive window where we can safely re-enter in Kerbal Space Program. It gets a lot narrower the larger the body that you're re-entering is, because even if you have this massive planet, if you have 1 atmosphere of air pressure over that planet, you only have so much atmosphere. So we took Kerbal Space with JNSQ, JNSQ, the mod that we're playing right now. We took Kerbal and we blew it up by 2.7 times its original mass. So the planet itself is 2.7 in size of the original planet. The original planet at 1 atmosphere has an upper atmosphere limit of 70 kilometers. By going up to 2.7, one would think, okay, so your atmosphere will also expand out. So atmosphere should be at about 200 kilometers, right? But it isn't, because it's still only 1 atmosphere of pressure. So your atmosphere is only actually risen by 15 kilometers. So that's kind of the difference. Earth is, well, for one, atmosphere doesn't work the same way as the game, but Earth is about 8 times bigger than Kerbal, than Kerbin, the stock Kerbin. I think it's something like that. It might be 10 even. So you have a much denser body that you're orbiting, and it's 10.625. You have a much denser body that you're orbiting, but you still don't get a relative amount of atmosphere above it. So you have a little thin window where if you come in too steep, you're fucked. If you come in too late, it's going to take you more times to actually set down. And as you're losing your overall speed, sorry, one last time in the tracking station and I'll shut up. Your periapsis is also falling. So the next time that you re-enter after your original ricochet, and after you start to approach AP again, your periapsis is going to be lower too. You're going to adjust your entry angle, or your re-entry angle. So the next time you come in, you're going to come in even steeper than you did the first time, unless you appropriately adjust your orbit at apoapsis, or as soon as you leave the atmosphere, you point toward the planet, burn your engine, you can rotate where you're at, what your orbit is, and you can kind of correct your next re-entry. But if you don't, then you've got the same problem that you would have if you came in too steep. You'd be at a slightly lower speed than originally coming in too steep, but you will be coming in more steeply the second time with less of the, resin and cork, the ablator that is going to absorb and disperse the heat that you create. They announced a game based off of Keanu Reeves. Really? Yeah, let's work on that satellite. We're going to need 3 of these. We're going to need 3 different deployment methods, but we'll start with just the first one, the one that we're going to use locally. And then we're going to use the design for that to figure out what we want to do with the one that'll go around Mimnus. And then we want to expand on the first one so that it can scan the home world and then transfer itself after it's done with that out to the Mun to do its job there. All his abilities in every one of his movies, all in one game, including time travel. Really? So what do you think? You think it's gonna be any good? Oh yeah. Do have a minor change that we need to make to these too, don't we? Before we forget. By we, I totally mean I. Before I forget. Come here. Let's go ahead and grab one of them and stack it down here again. And I want to look at our different... so the kickback solid fuel booster consumes solid fuel at 41.407 seconds. And if I were to swap that out with... Well, the Striker is quite a bit smaller. I don't think that I have the booster that I was thinking of. The other one that's much more powerful. And actually, it might be... it might be a part of KW, the other booster that I'm thinking about. Because this is 1/10 of the power of this one. But I feel like it's got way too low of a consumption. Float on the air in space? Oh no, eventually your orbit would completely decay and you would be forced to re-enter. So another thing that's a little bit different about actual planets and Kerbal Space Program, if I were in a perfect orbit at 85.5 kilometers, I will never have to worry about a decaying orbit. If I were in orbit at half a kilometer above the main outer atmosphere of a planet, the atmosphere actually changes. Like the atmosphere will be higher in certain places than others, just kind of like with the way the wind moves around. You will have things that will interfere with it. There's very, very few stable orbits where you don't have to worry about eventual orbit decay and coming back. And the vast majority of the rest of them, you either have to correct your orbit actively at certain, maybe every 5 years or something like that. The closer you get to the planet, the more often that you have to do it. But there's very, very few that are actual orbits. The rest of them eventually will decay. And then if you've got like magnetics and magnetic fields, radiation, you have a lot of different things, solar winds, a lot of different things that create subtle changes that the game doesn't do. Problem is, so like take the movie Gravity. If they had been stuck out there, they were in a stable orbit. It is an orbit that eventually would decay, but they were in a stable orbit. Problem is, you're in a fucking spacesuit, and you're gonna run out of oxygen, or you're gonna starve to death, or you're going to be exposed to too much radiation. Those are the things that are gonna kill you. Your frozen body eventually, yes, will re-enter, and it'll probably burn up in the upper atmosphere before you actually would reach the ground. But I mean, you're still fucked. It's not that you just float out in space forever. It's you float out in space until you're dead. I don't know what to do about this. So, I could make them a little bit bigger, but they're still going to have a really long burn time. I just feel like let's try it. So, if we make them a little bit bigger, but we take out some of their fuel, because I do want to limit their total burn time. Like I was saying before, I just want a big poof out of them, to move them away. And I was hoping that I had a better solid rocket booster for the job, but I really don't from now that we've looked at it. Let's put these on in mirrored symmetry, the same way that they were before, slightly larger but with slightly less fuel. And we'll give it a shot. We'll see how that works. Get rid of that one. At 0 meter a second, surface speed would fall straight down because of gravity. Yes, yeah, if you were at absolute 0, you kind of have to think of things more in quantum physics when it comes to quantum relativity when it comes to like actual speed though, don't you? Because 0 for you, you're still orbiting a star at quite an accelerated rate, which is orbiting around in a galaxy. So like if you were going 0, the planet would actually probably just leave you. Because the planet itself would then be the thing that's traveling so fucking fast. You know, you just see it disappearing. I don't know if gravity could really help you at that point. If you're going zero, if you were out in space and you had killed off all of your all momentum, then yes, gravity would go ahead and grab you. But if you were just going 0 all of a sudden, shit would still happen, and shit would happen quite fast. That'd be a weird, weird day. Okay, let's try these little guys. I think we're gonna have better luck. I'm not positive. I want to make sure that we're not clipping into the fairing or anything like that. Check our staging. Everything looks good. And we definitely can't get rid of our fairing before we get rid of these solid rocket boosters, but these won't last as long because we're not burning one at a far lower rate. They're all 3 burning at the same rate. So that and that and that should be fine. That should be fine. I think I will take this out and give it its own stage. But it's definitely got to be after the solid rocket boosters, no matter what. Okay. Save it. Try this little thing and then we'll work on our satellite. Ooh, what'd you do? Oh, nice. Touchdown. I usually love shuttles. I use them when I have to. Very rarely, though. Usually I'll go way out of my way to build a different type of rocket. But like with that satellite that we were having a huge issue with before, shuttles are fantastic for multiple different types and sizes of payloads into a low orbit. They're really good. They're just not very efficient. Like real life shuttles, they're not as easy. I do like all these little new ones that people are designing though. This is your old arm. Which you could on the ground, but what's the fun of that? Exactly. This has a lot of monopropellant. Let's go ahead and just activate it now, instead of worrying about wasting any of it. So AP is only at 5. We're coming up on 4. I've just put us into a little bit of a tilt here. I have no liquid booster running right now, just the SRBs. Worked with the one. Oh, Infernal Robotics. It's been a long time since I actually put that to proper use. I'm hoping that we can come up with some cool ways to use the new hinges and pistons and everything. And it still works in 1.7.1? GG. Can't think of very many others that do. Oh, I gotta start nosing down shit. They're gonna put all 9 Star Wars movies into a single game. I guess I'm kind of okay with it. The beginning of the game is gonna suck ass though, right? Let's go ahead and throttle up. Let's see how these do. a little bit better. I think what I actually want to do then, because they're just not very powerful, I want to move the second set that's on the bottom up to the top, and then I think we can call it good. Oh, it only works for the Canadarm? But there's only 6 Star Wars movies. Shots fired. No, really, like, there's only number 4 through whatever. Oh, look at that. I didn't have to change the nose all those times. Who knew? Isley probably knew. Oh, it looks like my symmetry fucked up on me, so I'll just pop it off of there. And I don't want it like right up next to these. I do want it a little bit lower, but I think that's all we gotta do. I'm pretty sure that was the same angle. Right about when they first started to cross one another. Yeah, let's try something like there. Rest or fake Star Wars? I don't know, like, I really liked Rogue One. I really liked a couple of the newer ones. I could have lived without most of the, Skywalker early years ones, though. To be honest, they weren't my favorites. Okay, staging looks okay-ish. One last test flight. Oh, I bet it's pretty darn strong. I don't think you'd really have to worry too much about falling over and cracking one. Might fall over and scratch it. I think the weak part of a suit is the joints and whatnot, where things attach to other things. I still don't understand how they got all that shit to work. But that was a nightmare. And I wonder what we're gonna do about all the dust on Mars, too, eventually, someday. Because now that you mentioned suits, like, there was really no way to get all that moon dust out of those suits. Didn't watch the Han Solo one. It was good. Was good. I liked it. I liked a lot of the references that they made in it too. There was something that pissed me off. I'd have to watch it again to be able to tell you what though. Did it pretty good. There was something in the books that they didn't quite do right. Like that was totally left field, just flat out wrong. But they weren't bad. Imagine what it was like to be the first person to touch the moon. I don't know. I'd have set out for that trip expecting to die, honestly. I'd just be happy. That'd probably be the one point in the entire trip where you would stop worrying about how to get home, right? There's a lot of work still left to go. Not an easy task to get out to, set down on, and come back from the moon. Okay. Now we'll see how the second one goes. Now we're talking, baby. Much more better. Sweet. So I could totally pass that. I was also going really fast and very shallow there. I had nosed down way too early, so hopefully that won't be too big of a deal. They should be more efficient the higher up we are, and the lower we are, or the less atmospheric pressure that we're dealing with, I think. I'm pretty sure that they'll snap back even faster. Then again, air resistance did kind of help us out, so maybe one more test later on. But I think we're done with fucking around with that for now. And it actually looks like Deb is home. So it's Friday! Now, refresh my memory. Does anybody remember any of the mods that I was going to try to work on? Because I'm looking at my list and it's very short. I need to check safe shoot. I need to check into stage recovery and see if we can fix those. What the hell else was I going to do on my days off? Anybody remember? Yeah, I'm totally with Isley. I would rather be the 10 billionth customer when it comes to touching the moon. Snacks, what was I going to do with snacks? No, I'm not going to go to snacks unless we decide to get rid of USI life support. Was there something? Oh yeah, that USI patch. I'm thinking. USI. Now I see why he said snacks. USI food patch. Remote tech worked out great, so I think we're good there. Is there anything else? Hi, Bevan. I know that there was one other thing that I wanted to look into, but that'll be a good start. If anybody thinks of it, let me know on Discord if you would. Saint Lamu. Thank you for the follow. Caught us right at the end there. GG. And there was somebody that followed me this morning right before I got started, the Wizard or something like that. So we'll see if he drops by so that I can thank him. I'd like to thank everybody for the follows and the YouTube subs and views and all that stuff. Thank you, guys. But I am out. I won't be back tomorrow. Tomorrow my dad and my grandpa are going to stop by. I won't be back Tuesday, but we should be back Wednesday unless something weird goes on. It is the first week of the, well, beginning of the second week of the month, so I don't really see anything going on with the rentals or anything odd like that. I don't think that I'll be playing on this playthrough. I will be loading it up to test out some patches that we're going to put together, and hopefully we'll make some progress on that. If you keep an eye on the Discord channel, as soon as I come up with something, I'll have you guys test it out, and we'll see if we can do anything about adding some food, just a little tiny amount of food to anything that has crew in it. And then we'll also look into safe shoot and stage recovery and see if I can adjust them for the larger planet size and get them working. And then that'll change how we build everything again. For now, everything is just going to be kind of a waste. Safe shoot, I don't really even know where to start. I've never really taken a look at that mod. It's always worked perfectly. So I might have to get a hold of the guy and see if he can help me out. Get a hold of the current maintainer or developer. Who is taking care of that? Is that LGG? That'd be so nice if it was. I haven't talked to LGG in a while. Safe shoot for KSP. Safe shoot continued is a fella named Have136. Continued from Red Tangos. So I actually might be able to ask Red Tango. He's hung out here before. He's the fella that turned me on to that ambient lighting mod. The one that we unfortunately had to take out. It was having a negative side effect of darker textures in our item list and our parts list. So, alrighty guys, I'm gonna head on out. Oh, of course, Paula. Thank you guys for hanging out. Thank you again, Mr. Lamu, for the follow. Good to see you rant. Think I'll make a rocket that looks like a virus in an electron microscope and land it on Memnus? GG. Send screenshots. Post that shit on the Discord. Share it. We want to see. Who should we throw a host to? Mr. Telung is on, the founder of the Alien Nation stream team that I am a member of. Mr. Mighty Wrath is still on. Very, very good friend of the stream. It doesn't look like any of the pro guys are on. Let's go say hi to an old friend of the stream. You probably already know him. Oh, never mind. I was going to go and stop by Enraged Aries, but apparently he's gone offline. Let me refresh this and see if I can get somebody. Yeah, usually it's a safe bet that you can say it's probably Linux, isn't it? Oh, there's a bunch of people on. Okay, I needed a refresh quite a while ago, apparently. So I want to start down at the bottom. Let's see who's doing what. We went over to say hi to Mr. Reed yesterday. Chat wasn't working. I was going to go say hi to Kiki, somebody that I very recently met and hadn't been able to raid yet. Actually, that was the day before. Yesterday we went and said hi to Rainy, who's a pretty cool gal. Plays a lot of Overwatch and was just starting out in Sekiro, Shadows Die Twice. So Adam is actually on, and I haven't raided anybody from the pro team in a little while. Looks like he's doing GLL tournament later, and right now he's just doing some PUBG squads with looks like Jackboy, Rav, and Thriller. So let's go say hi to Adam. Really cool guy. Adam is a member of the Happy Campers professional gaming org. He's one of our PUBG dudes, and he's really cool. Like, he's really fun to hang out with. I saw him on what was that last tournament in LA? I can't remember the name of it. And then I got to meet him a couple of days later. I just joined their stream team for THC right before that. So let's go over and say hello. I'm going to do a couple of links through the shout command. That is his stream. Make sure that you hit that follow. Let's go throw some THC hype his way. I'll see you guys over there. Have a great night, guys. See you on Wednesday. Bye-bye.
How's this timer not going? Oh, there it goes. It's like, what the?
Oh, really?
Holy crap.